Hey everyone, welcome to PyCon APAC 2022. I'm David from PyCon Taiwan. Although we cannot meet each other in person, and we can easily meet Pythonistas around the world via online conference. In addition to agenda, I think the answers of the PyCon is to make friends. And there's our souvenirs of PyCast for you, and the animals are our representative in Taiwan. So hope you will like all our designs and share with your friends. And remember to add these hashtags for us. And we have already released all videos and talks and tutorials on the PyCon Taiwan YouTube channel, and you can watch each video repeatedly before the conference. Besides, we can going to have a live streaming for a keynote later. The Discord server Python Taiwan is our communication platform during the conference, and we will announce important messages on Discord if needed. And remember to register through the PyContw Rich bot. Featuring our own metaverse on the Gather Town, no matter where you are, you can be connected to Taiwanese culture. So enjoy our amazing venue and stuff on Gather. So let me give you some brief introduction to our metaverse. First, you are born here, we call the Respawn Beach, and you can follow our instruction to learn how to survive in our metaverse. So follow the footprints to go ashore. And if you can find out the welcome tree, I believe you can survive in our world. So enjoy our journey and the annual cap parade in these 2 days. And next, I think you can find our PyCon station. And this place is very important. You will take different trains to different spaces, including the Pi Night in these 2 days. And here are the maps of the space A and the B, and most of them are broadly similar. And if you have arrived at space A or B, you can find our schedule in front of the station. And remember to check out the schedule of our office hour. Here are 2 important things you should know. You can ask the information LeaperCat for help to know more about our venue. And if you want to transfer back to the PyCon station, you can use a portal mirror. In our metaverse, there are lots of NPC and objects, so press X to interact with them. Also, our booth game is very interesting. Score your team and win the prize. Remember, there is a cap parade in our metaverse, so you can get into the temple and experience for yourself. And these are something weird in the mystery forest, so you can also take a look to find out what happened. Hope you can enjoy our booth game and win your prize. We also have the PyChat area in the space A, and you can chat in different languages in different rooms here. Community booth is also in space B, so have a chat with our communities. And during the conference, no matter it is on Discord, YouTube, or Gather, please do not violate our code of conduct. Besides, as a Pythonista, you should not miss to become a PSF Basic member. So let me show you something that you should know in the PyCon APAC 2022. We have the 5 keynotes, 3 tutorials, and over 45 talks this year. You can take notes in our collaboration notes HackMD and ask any question on Slido, and you can find out the link of the HackMD and Slido in our website or the description of each video. We have arranged office hour with speakers for you to have a more discussion. And let me introduce our today's keynotes to you. Dustin is a software engineer on Google open source security team. He is also a director of the PSF. He will talk about protecting the collective good later. Iqbal Abdallah is an organizer of PyCon APAC. He is the founder and CEO of La Loca Lab. He will talk about changing the world one PyCon at a time this afternoon. In addition to the keynotes, we have open spaces all day today. So register your self-organizing meetup. And you can find out the open space area in the Space B. We also have a job fair this afternoon. Here is the job listing from our sponsors. You can also find it on our website. Besides, you can also post your job description on the career board in the Gather Town to find your partners. Job fair will be held in this afternoon on the main stage in the Space A. The most important thing you should know is lightning talk. We have lightning talks this evening on the main stage in Space A. Remember to register your talk before 13 o'clock. And do not miss the lightning talks today. We will have a Pi Night this evening. You can find people who share your interest in Pi Night. And you can get into the Pi Night space in the PyCon station. Once you complete our mission in the Pi Night, you can have a chance to win the prize draw. And we also provide a free ticket of PyCon Anywhere 2023. At last, I want to thank all of our sponsors. Our platinum sponsors, Cathay Financial Holdings and Micron Technologies. Our silver sponsors, Apier, Barry AI, Dcard, Eason Bank, KK Company, iChef, Pinkoi, Rover Learner, and Sinopec Securities. Our bronze sponsors, CTBC Bank, Elastic, GoFree, and Tattoo. Our special sponsorship, Package, Sticker HD, Localus, HackMD, Gather, Python Software Foundation, Tianlong Bookstore, Laloka Lab, and Mikir Production. Also, I want to thank our personal sponsorship, Lanny, TP, Liao Weihan, and Y Chen. Our special thanks, PyCon Japan, Python Philippines, QE PyCon, PyCon Malaysia, PyCon Hong Kong, Taichung Pi, and MobCon. Hope you can have fun and make new friends. I'm David, the chairperson of the PyCon APAC 2022. See you on the Gather.
It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first keynote session of PyCon APAC 2022. I'm the host, and my name is Jiahua. Our speaker is Dustin Ingram. Dustin is a software engineer on Google's open source security team, where he works on improving the security of open source software that Google and the rest of the world relies on. He's also a director of the Python Software Foundation, where he helps ensure the long-term success of one very big open source Python project you've probably heard of, Python itself, as well as the community around it. He's also maintainer of the Python package index, where he helps ensure the long-term success of hundreds of thousands of tiny Python projects, many of which you are probably never heard of, but play a critical role in the Python ecosystem. The topic he is talking about is protecting the collective good. Without any further delay, please welcome our keynote speaker, Dustin.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. Like you said, I'm Dustin, and this talk is about protecting the collective good. I am a director of the Python Software Foundation, and what that means is I'm on the board of directors of the PSF, and the PSF is the organization behind Python, the language, and many of the other projects around Python. And our goal as directors on this board is to help guide the language, help make sure that it continues to exist for a long time. Like you said, I'm also a maintainer of the Python package index, and I've been that for a while as well, longer than I've been on the board, in fact. And so I've really cared a lot about software security and distributing Python code for quite a while. And more recently, I've recently joined the Google open source security team. Like you said, the mission of the team is to improve the security of open source software that Google and the entire world, in fact, relies upon. So we're an externally facing team trying to solve problems in open source software security, and we're working on a lot of projects in a lot of different areas. I'll be excited to talk to you about some of those in a little bit. First, a disclaimer though, the opinions that I'm expressing here in this talk are solely my own. They don't express the views or opinions of my employer, any of the projects I work on, my team, or of the Python Software Foundation itself. And I want to give a little intro to what this talk is about. This talk is about protecting the collective good. We are builders. As developers, as programmers, we are really good at building things. We have a near infinite amount of tools and raw material at our disposal. And usually these tools and raw material are provided to us for free. I think that sometimes we tend to get caught up in the building because building things is fun, and because as engineers, we are good at it. Sometimes I think we don't stop often enough and ask ourselves, what are we building? Why are we building it? What outcome are we hoping to achieve with what we build? And maybe what outcome is someone else hoping to achieve with what we build? So in this talk, I'll explain what I mean by the collective good and why I think it needs to be protected. I'll talk a little bit about what we're building, what our community is building, what my team is building, and so on, and a little bit about why we're building it as well, and why I think it's really important to reflect on what we're building, why we're building it, but also how you as an individual can help. First, I want to tell you all a story, and this is a true story about two very similar women who traveled two very different paths. This is Gertrude Jung. She was born in Munich, Germany in 1920. When she was 15, she joined the Bund Deutscher Mädel, the League of German Girls. She was a dancer, and she wanted to be a ballerina in Berlin. But by 1941, at the start of the Second World War, it prevented her from joining a dance school, so instead she trained to be a secretary. This is Sophia Scholl. She was born in Fortenberg, Germany, which is about 300 kilometers from Munich, in 1921. At the age of 12, like Gertrude, she also chose to join the BDM. She had a talent for drawing and for painting, and in 1940, she graduated from secondary school and became a kindergarten teacher. After finishing training to be a secretary in 1942, at the age of 22, Gertrude heard about a job opening for a secretary at the government office of the Chancellor of Germany, applied for it, and got the job. That same year, Sophie Scholl enrolled in the University of Munich. And later that year, after becoming increasingly disillusioned with the Nazi regime, she and her brother Hans and several other students founded the White Rose, which was a nonviolent underground resistance group. The members adopted a strategy of passive resistance against Nazi policies and regime, writing and distributing leaflets which called on the German people to take action to stop the injustice and genocide happening in their country. In 1943, Gertrude is given the opportunity to transfer to Hitler's headquarters and began working directly for him as one of his private secretaries. And despite being so close to the Nazi leader, she has little to no idea about what the regime is doing. She later said, "I was 22 and I didn't know about anything about politics. It didn't interest me." On February 18th, 1943, Sophie and her brother Hans were arrested by the Gestapo while distributing flyers at the Ludwig Maximilian University. In her defense in court 4 days later, Sophie said, "Somebody, after all, had to make a start. What we wrote and said is also believed by many others. They just don't dare express themselves as we did." The court found Scholl, her brother Hans, and their friend Christoph Probst to be guilty of treason, and they were executed later that day. Sophie was 21 years old. Gertrude remained in Berlin with Hitler until the end of the war in 1945 and was responsible for typing Hitler's last private political will and testament on the day before his death. And because of this, she is known as Hitler's last secretary. After being captured by the Soviets and Americans and being interrogated about her role in the end of the Nazi regime, she was freed in 1946 and allowed to live in West Germany. And eventually she died from cancer in Munich in February 2002 at the age of 81. Throughout her life, she was interviewed about her experiences during and after the war a number of times. And in one of these interviews, she said, "Of course, the horrors of which I heard in connection of the Nuremberg trials shocked me greatly. But at that time, I could not see any connection between these things and my own past. I was only happy that I had not personally been guilty of any of these things, and that I had not been aware of the scale of these things." One day in Munich, Gertrude walked past a plaque on the wall in memory of Sophie Scholl and learned about her for the first time. She said, "I must have often walked past the commemorative plaque to Sophie Scholl without noticing it. One day I did, and I was terribly shocked when I realized that she was executed in 1943, just when I was beginning my own job with Hitler." Sophie Scholl had originally been a BDM member herself, a year younger than me, and she saw clearly that she was dealing with a criminal regime. All of a sudden, I had no excuse anymore. It was no excuse to be young. It would have been possible to find things out. So why am I telling you this story? I was reminded of the story of Sophia and Gertrude, the story of two very similar women, one who confronted politics head on and one who ignored it, from a tweet that I saw by Al Swiger. If you don't know Al, he's the author of Automate the Boring Thing with Python, Boring Stuff with Python, and many other excellent books on Python. And if you do know Al, you know he's also not someone to shy away from politics. So what happened is Al got a direct message on Twitter saying, hey, I followed you, I liked your book, and I hope to get more information from you, but I don't like your politics, I don't like what you're talking about, and so I'm going to unfollow you. But I don't mean that in a bad way, I just thought you wanted to know. And, Al responded and he said, I get it. I want to live in a world where I just tweet about Python, make my little video games, don't concern myself with politics, but we don't live in that world. And I feel like I've started seeing this trend where people really want to separate tech from politics, or just generally put politics in this tidy little box somewhere where they don't have to think about it. And I get it. Politics isn't really particularly fun, and lately for some of us, it's been a challenging and potentially traumatizing part of our lives. So, like Al, I also want to live in a world where I can just come to you and talk just about Python. But here's the thing. Python doesn't exist in a world without politics. Python is a product of our world and the individuals that created it and of their individual politics. And if you think that Python is a piece of pure technology completely devoid of politics, you are absolutely wrong. Python is an incredibly powerful piece of technology that was built and maintained for free by a collective of volunteers, distributed for free to anyone entirely without restriction whatsoever. And if that's not political, I don't know what is. And look, it's not just Python, it's everything. We don't live in a world without politics. And what this means is that all technology is inherently political. Sometimes attempting to remove politics is just akin to that DM telling Al that he was gonna, stop following him. It's like putting your head in the sand, pretending like politics just doesn't affect you and doesn't exist. Kind of like your child Young. But sometimes it's an active attempt to suppress legitimate dissent, like what happened to Sophie Scholl. And either way, the act of trying to remove politics is, in and of itself, political. And even inaction is political, and even potentially dangerous. So, what is the collective good? Let's take Python as an example. This community exists and is successful because we made it, all of us. Python and everything related to Python exists and is successful because we built it. And I think that we all collectively can agree that it's good. Python is pretty great. It's incredibly useful. It might not be perfect, but it's a net good for the world. And it exists because at millions of tiny points in its history, people made the conscious decision to make it good and keep it good and make it something that's good for the world. And the sum of all those decisions were more powerful than anyone that chose otherwise or chose inaction instead. You might not feel personally responsible for the collective good of Python, and that's okay. You might have never written a line of Python, and maybe this is your first Python conference. And to that I say, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. You might not be a maintainer of a popular package on PyPI. And to that I say, don't worry, there's plenty of stuff on PyPI. You're probably also not a core developer, and that's okay too, because I'm not a core developer either. But I fundamentally believe that as a member of this community, and if you're listening to this, I do consider you to be a member of this community, it is your responsibility to protect the collective good. That's why Python exists. Some people put some time and effort into it. Sometimes they put more than they got out of it, but usually they didn't, just a little bit. And if you don't know how to do that, don't worry. I'm going to show you how. Sometimes protecting the collective good means doing things that are hard. And I'll give you a small personal example. I'm one of the people primarily responsible for responding to reports of malware on PyPI. And dealing with malware on PyPI is not fun. There's nothing about it that's fun. It's incredibly time consuming. It's mostly thankless. It's somewhat demoralizing, and it honestly never ends. And yet, I do it anyways. I'm not saying that I'm Sophie Scholl, but my ultimate desire is to make things collectively better. And I think, at least in small part, by doing this hard thing, I have. Sometimes protecting the collective good means not doing things that are easy. And I'll share another example from my personal life. When I finished college, I had a job all lined up with the research lab that I had worked with when I was in grad school. And it would have been so easy for me to continue to work on that path, to keep going, doing the same work, working with the same people on the same projects. But I spent a lot of time thinking about what the total outcome of everything I did would be if I had done that. And what I decided was that morally, it wasn't okay with me, because I couldn't see how it would be a benefit to the collective good. I thought that I could do better. And, more or less restarting my career right out of school wasn't easy, but as it turns out, I think I made the right choice, and I'm really glad that I did. Protecting the collective good, generally, it just means just doing something. Remember, even inaction has effects, but usually those effects are negative. So as Python developers, as open source users, what can you do? Here's my call to action. And here's the thing about my call to action. I work in software security. Specifically, I work in open source software security. Do you know the phrase, it takes two to tango? What this means is that the only reason my job exists is because there are people out there who want to do harm to open source, to the people that use open source. So most of the things that I think that you should do are going to be related to open source software security. The good thing is, I'm guessing that almost all of you are open source software users. So hopefully most of this is applicable. And there are a couple different ways that I think about threats and things we can do for open source software. There are 3 wildly different levels of threats to open source software. The first one is by far the most common, trying to steal your monkeys. The NFT and cryptocurrency community is essentially rife with people who are trying to rob you. So when you hear about things like malware on PyPI, removing 3,600 malicious libraries, it's almost definitely an example of this. This includes things like stealing compute to mine cryptocurrency, encrypting file systems, and holding them ransom in exchange for cryptocurrency, etc. It's usually for financial gain, and these end up being fairly harmless to the average user of the Python community, but they are still potentially harmful. The second is less common. An attacker wants to do you specifically or your organization some harm. And maybe it's financially motivated as well, but maybe not. Maybe it's just to collect a bug bounty, or maybe it's just for the lulz. An example of this is this particular type of supply chain attack, which directly targeted large corporations. The third is what I'll call low frequency but high impact threat. And these are usually perpetuated by state actors. This is attacks like SolarWinds. And I'm assuming that everyone and their mother has heard about SolarWinds by now, but if you haven't, it was described as the largest and most sophisticated attack ever. And it was called the worst nightmare cyber attack. And this is because it was extremely sophisticated, but also because it directly attacked the US government. And all of these types of threats could really actually affect any of us. I really want you who make up our collective community to be protected against all of these, everything from protecting your monkeys to protecting your government. Partly because I care about protecting the collective good, and partly because it's my job. You see, the SolarWinds attack was almost directly responsible for the creation of the US Executive Order 14028. on improving the nation's cybersecurity. So for anyone that's not based in the US, I'm assuming most of you are, or for anyone that is based in the US but doesn't know how their government works, an executive order is kind of like an email from your boss that's telling you what to do. This has the effect of setting policy for the entire executive branch and federal government. But it's also kind of like placing an order at a restaurant in the sense that you kind of say what you want to happen, and then people go off and try and figure out what that means and how to make it happen, and maybe that takes a little while. So this executive order was published a little more than a year ago, and we're still at the everyone is trying to figure out how to make it happen stage. And this executive order, it has a number of directives, but it specifically calls out the software supply chain. And if you think for a minute that this is just limited to government entities, remember that the government uses a lot of software. Most governments use a lot of software. They also use a lot of the same software that you and I do, the same open source software. So the terms of this order sort of have a viral effect of improving software security for everyone. And this is generally a good thing. So as a result, a number of organizations, including Google, have stepped up to make improvements here in cybersecurity and in open source software security. And these improvements are not just for Google, and they're not just for the US government. They're for the entire ecosystem. And this means that many of my suggestions are going to be a little biased because these are the things that I think are worthwhile improvements and that my team thinks are worthwhile improvements. And also remember, because they're tech, they're inherently political as well. So here's a list of things that I think you today can do to protect the collective good. And most of these are going to seem focused on your personal software security or the way that you consume open source software. And after taking these steps or adopting these tools, depending on what it is, it will likely help protect you and your organization. But you should also consider that any attack against you might be part of some bigger, larger attack against the collective good. And all of these are going to require some effort on your part. None of it's for free, some more than others. But remember, even inaction has effects, and usually those are negative. So the first thing you can do, enable two-factor authentication. Enable it everywhere, but specifically, I want you to enable it on PyPI. You might have heard recently that PyPI was the target of a phishing attack. And in that attack, some users' accounts, which were not protected with two-factor authentication, were compromised. For users with two-factor authentication enabled, especially those that use security keys, they were unaffected. But additionally, PyPI users may also be vulnerable to other types of similar attacks, like credential stuffing due to password reuse, password breaches, or leaked credentials. And all of these are classes of threats that two-factor authentication effectively protects against. Seriously, if you do one thing after this talk is over, go and enable two-factor authentication on PyPI if you have an account. Go to pypi.org/2fa. Even if you don't maintain any projects there, if there's even a slight chance that you will in the future, go and do it. Not only will you protect your current and future users as well as yourself, but you'll also save us, the PyPI team, from having to deal with your potential future compromise of your account if you were ever phished or your password was stolen or anything like that. As a bonus, right now, if you're the maintainer of a critical project, and by critical project, we define that to be the top 1% of projects on PyPI by download counts, we are giving away 4,000 Google Titan security keys for free to maintainers of critical projects to help them enable two-factor authentication with hardware keys. Now, unfortunately, these aren't available in every region, but generally we want to make them as available as possible to all PyPI maintainers of critical projects. You can go to pypi.org/security key giveaway to read more about this. and to check and see if you're eligible and if you're able to receive a key. And these will be there till October 1st. Our goal is to try and get all IPI maintainers of critical projects to be using two-factor authentication with security keys in the near future. The second thing that you can do is be aware of known vulnerabilities, because the reality is humans are humans, bugs are going to get written, and they will be discovered. You should be immediately aware of the presence of known vulnerabilities in your applications, in your environments, your libraries, whatever. And you should be able to quickly remediate, quickly fix the presence of those vulnerabilities if they exist. So how does this help the collective good? If your software is vulnerable and an attacker knows about it, but you don't know about it, you or your users might become a target. And this has potentially far-reaching effects, potentially beyond your own software. For example, if your software is a dependency for something more widely used and it has a vulnerability, that could potentially be used to compromise the bigger project that was depending on you. So there are two things in the Python community that will help make you aware of known vulnerabilities. The first is the Python Packaging Authority has created a centralized ecosystem-specific public repository for security advisories. And the goal here is to make it easier to report, but more importantly, discover security advisories. So these exist for most major ecosystems, and the Python one was created recently. These use a format called the open source vulnerability format, and this is provided by the Open Source Vulnerabilities Project. OSV also has an API, and they act as a vendor-neutral aggregator and mediator for vulnerabilities. They kind of look like this. Here's an example. This is an advisory for Django of a vulnerability that was introduced, found, and fixed. But you're not supposed to read each of these by hand, right? The idea here is that these are machine readable. And the reason we want them to be machine readable is because we also have vulnerability auditing software. So software that is able to audit and discover known vulnerabilities isn't something that's specifically new. Similar software to this has existed before. What's actually new here is that these tools are now community-owned tools, and they use the advisory databases that we previously mentioned, and they're free. So in the last year, I helped create and release a tool called pip audit, which is a third-party tool, and you can run this locally, run it as part of your release process in your integration tests, wherever. You can run it inside of a container against a requirements.txt file, and what it will do is it will tell you if there are any known vulnerabilities present in the software that would exist or does exist there. So this allows you to feel confident that you're not about to deploy something or release something with a known vulnerability. To be clear, it's never going to find a vulnerability that nobody knows about. But the goal is that there are vulnerabilities out there in the software that we use that are present in certain versions, and usually they get fixed, and we should be able to upgrade to those fixed versions. So the way you use pip audit, you can run it against a local environment. You could install this now and just run it on your machine, see what vulnerabilities exist there. But you can also audit a requirements file. You can run it against something that you're about to install. And when you run it, it tells you if there is a known vulnerability, its ID, and what version it's fixed. But it makes it even easier than that for you, because you can call pip audit fix, and it will automatically upgrade you to a non-vulnerable fixed version. This is really nice, and I'd love for folks to try this out and give us feedback. A third thing that you can do to protect the collective good, but more importantly, protect yourself, is enforce security policies for your source control. So as developers, we're writing code, we're putting it in things like GitHub, GitLab, various source control mediums. And there are policies and things we can do to secure these repositories above and beyond what the source control repository provides itself. These will allow you to reduce the surface area for ways in which your source repository could be compromised. This is even before you go to distribute or release software. So the tool I recommend for this is All-Star App. This is a project of the Open Source Software Security Foundation, and it's a GitHub application. You can go to github.com/apps. allstar-app. So Allstar is a GitHub app, and it enforces best practices. It also allows you to set a policy, so you don't have to adopt all those practices at once. And it lets you set this policy across an entire organization. So these could be things like requiring branch protection to be enabled, preventing binaries from being checked into source control, preventing the existence of outside collaborators, ensuring that fuzzing is enabled, and that kind of thing. So what it does is when it finds an exception, it automatically creates an issue in the repository. So for example, here's the repository that I maintained, and the repository had violated a policy that was set by the organization, and it created this issue saying there were outside collaborators that had admin access. So the org had set this policy, and when the repo was in violation of that policy, we were immediately made aware of it. This is pretty nice, and again, I'd love folks to install this and try it out on their source control. It works right now with GitHub, and it works pretty nicely. Fourth thing I'd love for everyone to do is use security scorecards for their open source projects. So security scorecards, this is a project to assess open source projects for security risks through a series of automated checks. So you could use it proactively to assess and make decisions about your own code base. So you could run this against your code base, but you can also use it to evaluate other projects and dependencies, and potentially even work with the maintainers of those projects and dependencies to improve their code bases that you might want to integrate against. The way security scorecards works is it gives you a score. So here's an example for gvisor, which this is a Google project, and scorecard was run against this project, and it sort of against a couple different criteria, it determined sort of the score, how well the project has aligned with these best practices. So these are things like whether it's doing vulnerability, or whether it has any known vulnerabilities, whether it has a license, security policy, it has enabled fuzzing, that kind of thing. Things like pin dependencies, for example, here aren't present in the repository, so it got a poor score for that. But this essentially gives you an easy metric to determine what places your open source project can be improved. But also, as a consumer of open source, you can use this to evaluate potentially how secure a dependency that you're thinking about adopting is, right? These scores aren't perfect, but generally a lower score here might be an indicator of a project that's not as actively maintained or not adequately protected against open source attacks. You can see security scorecards at securityscorecards.dev. And if you want to adopt this for your own project, they run in CI with a GitHub action against your project to give you a score, and you can put a nice little badge in your README as well. The fifth thing I think everyone can do, and at least be aware of, is signing things with Sigstore. So signing generally helps ensure integrity as an artifact, like a piece of software or a file, or really anything, move from one place to another as they are published, as they're redistributed, and so on. So historically, when people say signing, they usually mean using GPG. And that technology has been around for forever. It's been around for a very long time. You probably don't use it a lot, though, and that's for a number of reasons. Sigstore is a new project by the Linux Foundation in partnership with the Open Source Software Security Foundation, and across multiple vendors, including Google, Red Hat, and many others. Sigstore is a new way to think about signatures, identities, and trust. And I could do an entire talk on Sigstore and how it works alone, because it's really novel and it's really interesting. The short version is that Sigstore is much easier to use than GPG. If you've ever used GPG before, you know that the user experience is not great. But also, Sigstore is not just about cryptographic signing. GPG requires humans essentially to not be humans, because one of the things that GPG requires is for users to maintain private keys. And humans have a tendency to lose things. Someone once said to me, GPG would work really well if you could also go around and permanently staple everyone's private key to their foreheads. But you can't do that. But with Sigstore, it's much easier to establish this trust in individual identities, and there's no need to maintain or keep hold of private keys, which is a common problem with GPG. Sigstore also integrates really well with existing cloud platforms and CI systems via the OAuth protocol, which it uses under the hood to establish identity and trust. You can read more about Sigstore at sigstore.dev, but there's more. To make Sigstore really easy to use for Python users, we have built a native Python client for signing and verifying signatures. This is essentially a Sigstore client entirely built in Python that you can pip install. And this includes really nice features, including detecting ambient credentials. And what this means is if you try to sign something in an environment that supports the appropriate identity, it will use that automatically. And what this means is if you sign in an environment like GitHub Actions, some Google Cloud virtual machines, that kind of thing, it will automatically adopt that identity and sign with it without you actually needing to think about it. And the potential for signing things with these sort of micro identities, the identity of the system that built the software, is really powerful once you unlock that. Sigstore is not quite feature complete yet. You can try it and use it. It will work fine. But we are working towards this 1.0 release eventually. And I'm really super excited. I want to give everyone a sneak peek of something that I don't think has really been announced yet. So we're going to be signing the CPython releases with Sigstore going forward. The upcoming CPython 3.11 release will be signed by the release managers with Sigstore, in addition to the existing GPG signatures. I've been working on this for a super long time, and it's really amazing to see this actually coming together. We'll be signing the release candidate that happens on Monday, and then in October, when the final release is made, that will be signed as well. There's a fully detailed explanation of how users will verify Sigstore signatures with CPython using the Sigstore library that is on PyPI. You can go to python.org/download/Sigstore to read that, and stay tuned for some more details there. Back to the collective good. The sixth thing that I think everyone can do, and probably something that you're already doing, is just be a user. This means you. This means try this stuff out and then tell us how it works for you. Share your experience. Tell us what it's like to be a user. Possibly, even become a contributor if you want. This is all open source stuff. Generally, just participate in the ecosystem. And the seventh and last thing I want to ask you all to do, just generally and broadly, is take open source security seriously. It might take some investment of your time and energy. I don't think any of the things I described come for free. We try to make them as easy as possible. But yeah, they will take some small investment. But I promise you that it's worth it to protect the collective good. Remember, this is why something like Python exists. Some people put a little time and effort into it. Sometimes it's more than they got out of it, but usually it's not, to make it better. This is the end of my talk, but before I end, I want to say thank you to a few folks. First, I want to say thanks to you all for listening to my talk. Thank you to the PyCon APAC organizers for inviting me to speak, and also for putting in a ton of work into what I'm sure will be a really amazing conference. Thank you to the PyCon Taiwan organizers as well for acting as host for the event this year. This is not my first time I've spoken at your conferences. So I was at PyCon JP in 2019. Do you know PyCon Japan? And I also spoke at PyCon Taiwan in 2019. And this remains to be the only conference I've ever been at with a string ensemble. Both of these are among my favorite Python conferences and communities that I've seen and experienced. Here's my wish. You all have amazing countries, culture, and community, there is collective good there. I want to say that my wish is that I could be there in person this year, but I really admire that your primary concern is keeping everyone safe. Thank you for that. If the pandemic has taught me anything, it's that we really don't know what the future will bring, but keeping each other safe, keeping our community together, and protecting the collective good is of the utmost importance. So instead, my wish is that we can all be together again at some point in the future. And I wish you all the best in everything necessary to make that wish a reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dustin, for your interesting share. And now we are in the Q&A session. So I'm going to ask questions from our audience. And the first question is from Tai. He asks, I follow the PyPy Fishing News. We appreciate you and the team effort for handling this. And how many average hours did you actually sleep during the event?
How many did I sleep? Is that the question?
Yeah, I think I think that this project will really consume a lot of your time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So first, thanks for thanking me. It's great to hear that feedback, that it's appreciated, the work that we do. And yeah, thanks for also understanding that, yeah, it's an investment in time. So the phishing attack itself, probably, it didn't cost me sleep. We kind of woke up to it and had it under control pretty quickly, and were able to determine what had happened, and were able to monitor and keep an eye on some stuff. Like I said, some users were compromised, and as a result of that, some releases of legitimate projects were made with illegitimate releases with malware included in them. And so we were able to discover that and take those down, and that did take some time. Honestly, the thing that took the most time in those kinds of responses, and the thing we're still kind of addressing, is the community feedback, making sure that everyone's aware, making sure that we have adequate communication with community, that people know what's happening, because and sort of just responding. We sort of have this incredible flood of people that are telling us that this is happening, and it's great to get that many reports and have people really care about PyPI and the community, and then want to look out. But we also have to say, okay, yes, we got it, we heard about it, we're working on it. So yeah, all of these things, the maintenance of PyPI is shared by a couple folks, and it's generally a lot of work, and none of us are really ever full-time working on it. But sometimes, some days, it's we drop everything else, and that's what we do. And this was one of those days. Yeah, thanks, Ty, for the question.
Yeah, thank you for your efforts on this project. And the next question from Junwei is, what are the most common malware and threats on PyPy? Are there any malware detection mechanisms now? If people want to help contribute, where should they start?
This is a really great question. So yeah, what's the most common thing? Are there detection mechanisms, and how can people help? So what happens the most is sort of that number one threat that I was talking about, which is sort of not super harmful to most PyPI users, and that's what I'll call exfiltration. But generally, this is someone trying to gain access to some credentials that might happen, and usually these credentials are, for some reason, Discord tokens. There's a lot of malware on PyPI trying to compromise Discord users, and the reason, I do kind of know the reason for this. The reason is because a lot of cryptocurrency and NFT projects, they use Discord. And so if you are able to compromise, potential like an administrator in one of those communities, you could potentially convince other people to give you something that you think is valuable. So that is we remove a lot of malware from PyPI. That is probably the most common thing, is people trying to compromise Discord users. I don't think that those attacks are very successful. They sort of hinge on the fact that someone tricks someone else into accidentally pip installing something that does something bad. And when we look at download counts for these, they're not very significant. So those aren't, I guess those aren't the high impact events that we really care about, but they do take up a fair amount of our time. The way that we find out about these is that PyPI itself, and there was just a blog post published about this recently, actually, but PyPI itself, we don't scan anything that's published to PyPI. We basically allow anyone to upload whatever they want as long as it sort of conforms to the file formats that we require. So that means that like it's totally possible to write something malicious and publish it to PyPI, and no one's going to stop you. What happens though is that once you publish it, there is a huge community of security researchers. Some of them working for nonprofits, like I mentioned, the Open Source Software Security Foundation. They have a team that does package analysis, and they send us reports. But some are like for-profit companies that do security investigations, malware detection, that kind of thing. And they all are great contributors to PyPI in that they tell us as soon as they find something that's malware, and they report it to us immediately. So, and it's great because they also sort of complement each other. Some of them are really good at detecting certain things, and some of them are better at detecting others. And there's some overlap as well, but usually they do a really good job of finding and telling us when there's malware. And one of the problems with dealing with those kind of things is the potential for a false positive, right? We never want to take down a project that is legitimate. So it's really important to us to always have a human review and make sure that something is actually worth taking down, that's malicious, before it happens, because we don't want to mess up someone's actual project and potentially all the users of that project as well. So yeah, that's sort of how we find these discoveries. And then the last question I really love, which is how you can help. So one of the things that is helpful is, if you find something on PyPI that you think seems a little weird, let us know. So if you go to pypi.org/security, we have a whole list of guidelines for how you can report these things to us. And it's essentially you send us an email and we follow up on it. That's super helpful. That's how all these security researchers let us know about malware and let us respond to it effectively. There are other things that you can help as well, right? So this sort of like process of parsing through all these reports and taking down things that are malicious, this is the thing that is something that's hard to ask of volunteers, and also something that is hard to give people a responsibility to do, because it's essentially giving you the ability to delete anything from PyPI. So unless, I as a maintainer have a lot of trust in you, I'm not going to necessarily let you do that. So the way that you could actually help here is if you wanted to start building trust in yourself as a moderator, as a contributor to PyPI, start contributing just, in the repository as source stuff and do it consistently. And eventually, that helps us because it takes that stuff off our plate and we can focus on higher profile things. But eventually, over time, also, we can trust you more and entrust you with more and more responsibilities. So if you're interested in getting involved in PyPI or any of the other projects mentioned for that matter, please reach out to me. I would very much like to help you, introduce you to one of the maintainers, or help you figure out how to become a contributor. So thanks for that question.
And the next question from anonymous audience, he asks that are there plans to enable additional shipping options for the hardware keys?
Yeah, so I'm really sorry to say that it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to distribute those keys to other countries, and I'll explain why. So right now, I think it's limited to 12 different countries, and they're probably the ones that you can imagine they're available in. The reason for this is because we, the PyCon Software Foundation and the PyPI team, we're limited by the places where Google sells those keys, because the way that the giveaway works is we give you a discount code and you go and redeem it, and then those keys are shipped directly to you. We never see them or touch them or anything like that. But unfortunately, that means that only the countries that Google has, gotten clearance to sell these keys are the ones that are available. And I am not a lawyer. I don't work in like import export, but there are some like legal reasons why we can only Google can only distribute those keys in certain countries. We did try to talk to some other key manufacturers who are able to distribute in other countries their security keys. They weren't able to, sort of provide the same contribution that we needed in order to give their keys away instead of the Titan keys. We would have really loved to do that, but it just didn't happen. So it's something that we still want to do, and maybe in the future, if any of these other manufacturers want to distribute keys, reach out, let me know. We'll try and figure something out. But yeah, for now, unfortunately, those are only available in those regions where they're at right now.
Okay. And next question. I think next is not a question. You just said sneak peek the best. Can't wait for the release. And I think me too. So yeah.
What was that? The CPython release?
Yeah, I think. Yeah. I
mean, CPython 3.11 is going to be really exciting for like lots and lots of reasons. I've seen folks working very hard on it lately. I don't work on core Python stuff, so I'm just a regular Python user basically. But it's been exciting for me to participate in sort of like figuring out the Python release story and ways that we can improve it. And like the first thing we're doing here is signing it with Sigstore. But there'll be more stuff as well that we do to make, a lot more assurances about the security of CPython in the future. It's not something that, is really a problem right now. I think people aren't really thinking about it. CPython hasn't been compromised, but there's always potential there. And it's good to know that like we have safeguards in place to keep that very important piece of software secure.
Yeah. And the next question, and it's also asked by Tai, and he asks, will sponsor PyPay via GitHub or something help the PyPy to as an individual?
I love that Tai is asking all these questions. Thank you, Tai. Was the question like, is it possible to sponsor PyPI as an individual?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. So like on GitHub, PyPI, actually, we recently moved to a separate organization, a PyPI organization. But if you go to github.com/PYPA, the Python Package Authority, you can sponsor the Python Package Authority right now on GitHub. We're on GitHub sponsors. You can do that. Another way that you can fund Python packaging specifically is through Tidelift. So if your organization wants to become a Tidelift subscriber and you use some of these packages, some of that revenue will get redirected into the maintainers and the Python Packaging Authority for those projects. And then the other thing, and like honestly, this is the way, we do always appreciate individual donations, but a lot of the things that need done to PyPI, the work that needs done, is big and time consuming and requires like a focused full-time effort. So we've had a lot of success in the past about finding grants or finding organizations that want to sponsor or pay for very specific work, specific features, specific improvements, that kind of thing. We've done this a bunch of times, and in fact, like the fact that PyPI itself supports two-factor authentication, that was an example of someone. We found a funder, they funded the project, we hired contractors, they came, they built it. PyPI now has that feature. It was a great success. So I'd say like, we always appreciate individual contributions, but the way that we really can affect change with PyPI is trying to find ways to fund these big projects, find ways to get organizations to sponsor the Python Software Foundation, sponsor PyPI individually, all those kind of things. But yeah, that's a great question.
And a quick question from me.
Sure.
I think I have a question that have you have any experience when you build your Python project by some vulnerable packages that makes your project being attacked or meet some problem when having those vulnerable Python packages, and how would you deal with it?
Yeah, well, this is the problem. Last time I was on the Talk Python podcast, and I told, if you listen to that podcast, the host is Michael Kennedy, and I was on it a couple of weeks ago, and I told Michael, we were talking about phishing, and I said, I've never seen a phishing attack. And then weeks later, there was a phishing attack. So I don't want to say that this has never happened. Like, I'm not aware of it. It might have happened that like build tooling or core Python was compromised in some way, and it's reasonable to think that it might have happened because when I talked about the SolarWinds attack before, the way that piece of software was compromised was not someone committing malicious source code, not someone accidentally writing a bug. It wasn't like someone middlemaning them or anything like that. What happened was some of the build tooling and sort of release tooling software that they used was in effect compromised, and they were able to replace what was being distributed with something else. So it is like, it's a valid threat. And there are, I didn't go into a lot of detail about SALSA, but SALSA is a framework that a lot of organizations are working with and working on right now, including Google. And it's a way to sort of describe how secure this build pipeline is. And right now, like, essentially everyone's at SALSA 0, right? We're kind of just installing whatever and building whatever and sort of hoping and trusting that it works. But there's extra stuff that we can do to have more confidence in the integrity of the software we're building. These things are hard to detect, and these things are also, potentially pretty bad. So I think like we've sort of determined the best possible solution here is to just increase the controls and security of the build process and ensure that when software is being built, it's not being compromised. But I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And maybe the next question I want to ask is there a very unforgettable project or a story when you are contributing in this project? Yeah. Can you share with us more about that?
Yeah. Well, I'll say that like one of the I mentioned a lot of like hard stuff that I do as a PyCon moderator and administrator, but there are some fun things as well. And one of the fun things is just sort of seeing all of the people publish really funny stuff on PyPI sometimes, some really interesting projects, some really fun stuff. I don't have something specific that comes to mind, but I mean, all the time I'll be doing just some like very routine thing and come across somebody's project that maybe is not super used, but is super interesting, has a really funny description, and I really love. Those are like little gems, and we always share those in our chat channel when we find them because they're always really fun to see.
Okay, so I think it's about at the end of this session, and thank you, Dustin, for your informative and interesting sharing. And the audience, the audience who want to discuss or interact with Dustin, you can go to the Gather Town Space A, the main the center part of the Space A. And if you don't know where to join, you can go to a chat box and search me, Jiahua, and you can follow me and you can see all the people here.
Yeah, thanks again for having me. It's great to be here. And like I said, I hope to be with you all again soon.
Okay, thank you, Dustin.
Thank you.
It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together.
好
，Hello，如果有在看直播的朋友，Hello，
哦，
我是常务今年的组长瑞。
哦，我是常务组的 Fish， 我也是组长，今年的组长。
然后想要今天趁这个直播的空档，我们来带大家简单看一下我们今年的场地，然后跟大家介绍一些不知道大家有没有注意到的小东西。那现在大家看到这个地方，其实是大家应该有发现，就是今年的出生点。那如果有不熟悉 Gather 的操作的话，可以简单看一下我们左右边的教学。那我们这样走的时候，其实不知道有没有人已经发现了，这边会有一些水鬼。那你碰到它的时候，会发生一件可怕的事情。对，你就要重新走一次。
碰一下吗？
不要，我这样还要重走。
OK。
对，来，然后这边路过的是我们今年。
金主爸爸，
我们的赞助商们，大家如果对他们的业务或是职缺都有兴趣，可以看一下他们的征才。没错。好，然后现在走上来就是我们的入口。好，对，来到这边呢，会有这样大家可以发现很多字，就是今年的大地游戏。就是有一些小彩蛋，有一些游戏。那早上主席在介绍的时候 ，opening 介绍的时候，应该大家有看到，我们今年大地游戏啊，还有PyCon的奖品都很丰富，就是里面还有一些神秘的东西，是连志工都不一定拿得到的，所以有兴趣大家可以尝试玩一下，其实都不难，然后分数也都很好取得。
瑞，我们要不要就是稍微点开这个？
然后直接开给大家看一下吗？
大家应该知道怎么啊？
没有，我会觉得
大家应该知道怎么跟互动互建吗？就是对着互动，对，按 X。
然后这边就是我们简单说明一下怎么加入我们大地游戏的 Discord 啊，然后怎么开始互动。那大家可以试试看。那这边就是如果是从 Python 台湾那边进去的话，就是有一个大地游戏的 channel， 那大家可以从那边加入我们的 server。那我们其实有其他地方可以加入这个 server 啦，那大家可以不管从什么管道都可以。那这边就是我们一些简单的大地游戏 server 的教学，大家可以参考一下。那就按流星就会开始我们整个大地的游戏。OK， 继续往上，这边我就没有一个个带大家看咯。
好，
这边还有个我们台湾很常见的公园阿伯，大家有没有觉得他很可爱？大家如果收到 package 的话，其实今年杯垫就是他，
对，
可以多多使用它，
超级可爱。
好，
那我们要不要看一下我们现在大地游戏的排行榜
啊？这样
你是要退出画面？
对你让我很尴尬
啊！那算了。
我好像可以啦。
那赞哦！
等我一下，我快速的跳过奇怪的东西。来，各位简单看一下，我们现在最高分几分？32000分。
我就觉得这些人是不是都没在听
议程？大家不知道看不看得到？被我挡住了。
哦，有 ，OK。
到底怎么写下来？
对啊，而且听说还没有全部玩完，就你得到这么多分。我想说，大家是都没在听议程，都在玩大地游戏。
对，如果分数还没上榜的，大家记得赶快再去玩一下，奖品都很不错，真的。
我觉得蛮不错的，而且准备了很多。
对，对，还有一个早上主席应该有讲到，就是我们今年就是我们也努力争取到在大地游戏有一张那个 PyCon Anywhere 的票，就是只要你抽到了，那我们就是你想去哪一个PyCon，我们就送你去。
我觉得最后面可以讲一下我们那个旗子的那个。
好，等一下讲。
你要好。
对啊，这边还没有。然后这边这个平台就是大家如果有想要切换空间啊，或是晚一点，晚上我们有一个PyNight的活动，大家可以来这边跳转过去。我们现在没开放，晚一点会开放这边。那 Spring 就是我们今年有办了2次 Spring 的场地，大家也可以有兴趣可以过去玩一玩，也是盖得很漂亮。自己说。
我是真的觉得蛮漂亮。
我们现在是 Space B， 那带大家去我们指挥场看一下。
好。
我们到主会场了。那映入眼帘的也是我们给我们大力支持的赞助商们。
没错。
大家
再次感谢我们。
有任何需求可以联络他们。 对，有植物需求也可以找他们。好，我们从这边过来啊，对，大家不知道有没有注意到，其实地上啊、墙上很多地方都有这个奇怪的海报。这个海报啊，就是大家如果有想要找工作或是找员工、找伙伴，都可以上来这边。那上面是表单，下面是 Excel。那大家可以上来看看有没有你喜欢的工作，或是你有这个需求，对，你也可以再抛出来，
好，
让今年的会众伙伴们，大家可以看看有没有想要的工作。
我看到右边的椅子上有一只石虎
啊，眼睛很利。没错，这个石虎其实在场地里面也很多只，就是石虎嘛，台湾也是稀有动物，大家要爱护它。那大家有兴趣可以对它点个 X 看看。就是如果你对今年的活动、对场地有什么问题，有什么想要查的资料，其实都可以去点一下它。那上面我们放了一些大家可能用到的连结或是公告，大家可以参考一下。然后我们还有简单画了一个场地的地图，因为大家应该有发现我们今天场地很大。那如果有迷路啊或者不清楚，大家可以找我们的师傅看看怎么走。对，这边就是一些相关的连结，大家也可以方便你们使用。
好。
那我们就继续往下看。
好。那这个要介绍一下。
我先讲完这个。
好啊。
刚才讲完了，就是你们如果就是大家有想要征才的需求可以去填的东西。那另外这个呢，是我们今年很多的赞助商，他们都有提供很多职缺需求。那大家如果有想要看看他们有提供了什么职务的话，也可以上来看一下。那种类非常多，就是虽然我画的拍摄发生点技术问题，就是怎么了？
可以擦吗？
接的下面带一集。好，刚才那个就是今年赞助商们提供的一些职务需求，然后内容其实不限于 Python 相关的职务，大家可以上去看一下，其实种类蛮多的，然后涵盖范围也很广，所以不用担心说我 Python 没有非常熟，我主要工作在做其他工作，没错。然后刚刚 Fish 有提到的，就是这个东西，这个是我们今年志工里面设计组的组员们很努力为今年PyCon APAC 做了很多设计。那像大家收到的 package 的东西啊，这是纸胶带嘛，对，然后还有 T 恤。那大家有没有发现有一件不太一样的？对，就是最右边这件白色的，这就是会拿来抽奖的奖品。那它很漂亮。那
我们要怎么获得这一件衣服？
对，就是大家要努力的在大地游戏答题，晚上拍night记得来参加，
好，
就有机会得到。再来还有，好，这是什么？这是我也不知道。这是
前2年的那个面纸啊。
没有这种东西，我太菜了。
OK，
不知道。还有这是今年超精美的感谢函。对，虽然主席一直说不知道可以干嘛，可以拿来垫便当之类的，但是大家可以仔细看一下上面的内容。对，就是我们主席很努力、很用心的写了这封信。那谢谢各位会众还有赞助商的来参与这样子。对，我们今年主题其实是台湾嘛，那就是我们设计组画了很多很可爱的台湾的一些稀有动物、濒危动物这样子。对，大家可以仔细观察一下，其实在里面有一些小巧思，像是大家有没有发现那个我们台湾黑熊啊，那个梅花鹿的脚啊跟手的颜色有点特别，不知道大家有没有想到是什么？对，就是我们Python那个2只蛇的颜色。
我以为你要让大家想，然后你就直接讲出来。
我总要讲一下吧。
好 ，OK。
好，然后这就是我们今年的吉祥物，核心的一个东西，就是猫将军。然后，
如果有玩大地游戏的话，大家应该会发现，就是大地游戏的那个 Discord bot 就是这一只猫将军，
没错，
真的超可爱。
就是台湾很多庙宇文化，然后大家可以去我们的中间那间庙，那个门是可以进去的。我们等一下带大家稍微逛一下。
OK。
对，就是有一些留言板，大家如果有什么想要抱怨、想要讲的事情，可以放上来。哦，对，还有这就是刚才说的庙，然后这是我们车站，大家有看到，也是超厉害的。我们那时候看自己自贡看到都觉得
太精美，
太漂亮了。还有场地，然后主会场、主舞台，然后各个很多小小的东西，然后还有店面、海报，没错，还有火车，这也是很厉害。哦，还有各种你们在会场上看到一些小的装饰品，很多也都是设计组他们花了很多时间，一个点一个点点出来的。我们感谢四位大大，
真的。
继续往下走。
OK。
我们场地很大，我们加快一点时间。
好，
这就是我们刚才说的祖庙。
你有发现这座庙长得很像什么吗？
没错，这应该就是我们台湾很常见的大同。
连品牌都直接讲出来。
必须的吧？听过不是大同的能用吗？
好，
大家可以如果有兴趣，可以来这个庙里面看看。左右这边就是留言板，那我们有做了几个。左边这边是什么感情吗？就是月老的留言板，大家可以有种想抱怨另一半，可以偷偷上来看嘛，偷偷写一下。然后右边就是工作跟 code 相关的，这边还放了一个奇怪的长颈鹿，不知道谁放的，很厉害。
好酷哎！
神兽保佑，代码无 bug， 代码无还简体字？
这个不太行，这不太行，改一下吧。
对，大家可以上来这边玩一玩。然后这边其实还有一个
左上角有个秘密空间，
地图小游戏的入口，我就不进去了，那留给大家一点悬念，大家可以自己玩。
OK。
我们就往下。
好。
空间很大啊。好，今天这个空间啊，就是在我们两大赞助商的中间这块，就是我们在 Space B 这边也会有一些活动，会在这边做转播，所以大家如果有什么想看的也可以来这边看。对，不定期会有转播。先往下 ，Open Space 这边的话，就是在明天下午会有一个时段，都会是 Open Space 的东西。大家都有声音。
乱入了什么？好可怕！
不好意思，我们乱入了。
大家在直播是不是？嗨，
要不要打个招呼？
吃，大家吃，辛苦了。这是辛苦的场务组员吗？好像是哦。各位辛苦了，就是这几位帮我们盖出这么精美的场地。对，我们在直播。
对，我们在直播。
现在才讲。
那我先关麦克风。
没关系。
要不要自我介绍一下你是谁？做什么的？
明年做什么呢，维尼？
这么嗨，就是现在是什么活动？完全不知道。
我们现在 YouTube 上面直播，带大家逛场地。
嗨，这边是 Open Space。
OK。
好，那我们就离开了，打扰各位吃饭。
你刚刚有介绍在哪边报名 Open Space 吗？
对，我忘了。
OK。
大家有看到几个东西像这个桌子，然后上面的这个字，其实都是可以点。那大家 X 按下去之后，就可以看到一个黑肯定。那在这边就是有一些 Open Space 说明那大家如果不清楚 Open Space 在做什么，可以上来看一下。那后面这边就是，如果你有想要讲的主题，你想跟大家分享什么，你就可以直接上来填，就填一下你的时间跟资料。这边已经有蛮多人有报名的。那大家都可以看看有没有喜欢的主题，明天也可以一起来参加。吓死我！大家在那边撒花。
OK。
好，大家记得来报名。
好。
然后呢？
旗帜。
好，对，必须一直提到旗帜，不知道大家有没有注意到？这东西就是你走进去它就+1，就是这边一直走它就一直加。对，其实就是大家在大地游戏，大家如果加入我们的server。那在回答完基本资料之后，就会有一个分组。那大家如果仔细观察的话，场地上其实就有很多种颜色的旗帜，有红色、蓝色、黄色吗？
绿色
还是绿色？
完了，
反正3种颜色的旗帜。我不禁止，我忘记了。
我道歉。
那个就是我们的 bonus。对，大家如果有努力去逛大家的会场，那一定会路过很多旗帜。在路过旗帜的时候，你可以毛起来的去逛自己的旗帜。它就一直加1，最后我们会把那个路过的次数， 把它转换成你们的分数，做一个加成，让你们的分数更高一点，就更有机会抽到
精美的，
对，今年的精美的纪念品。
没错。好，
我们继续往下哦。
可以顺便介绍一下我精美的镜子吗？这里有，这里有，
这里有。好，这是不知道大家有没有注意到一个很精美的镜子，就是我们必须花了许多时间努力做出来。其实还有一个小小的事，就是我们走近的时候，它才会跑出来哦。
就是里面那一位
这个其实就是大家方便大家走路的传送点啦，因为场地很大，所以就是大家如果想要去传送平台，就可以直接从这个镜子走，那你就会直接传到传送平台。那你们在移动的时候，应该也会比较方便一些。对，好，然后黄色，然后这边大家有没有注意到，就是我们今年，就是我们PyCon TW 其实一直有在做的一件事，就是我们有自己的 Podcast。那大家如果不太清楚 Podcast 的，可以去尝试看看，听听看我们的 Podcast。那这边是 Season 2的，那从这一季开始，其实陆陆续续上了也蛮多集的，那内容都很棒，都找了很多很厉害的志工啊或讲者，也有一些非志工，但是是行业里面的大。
我刚好看到我们的主持人 Benson 就在旁边。
对，你们看到一只粉红色的狼。
Benson 要介绍一下吗 ？Hello Benson。
大家好，大家好。那我稍微介绍一下 PyCast， 是吗？有时间让我做这件事吗？
有啊，没问题。说吧。
PyCast 的话，就是去年的话，我们开始做这个节目。那今年的话，就是我们就是今年算是 Season 2。那我们有今年的话，我们有新的主持人，就是我是固定班底，然后今年又有加入新的主持人九。那我们今年的话，计划就是说，其实去年我们就已经有邀请在PyCon 里面的一些志工跟讲者来我们的节目上面分享他们的经验。那今年的话也是延续这样子的做法，但是我们搭配到今年是 APAC level 的 PyCon， 所以我们有邀请到外国的演讲者，然后来到我们的节目当来宾，然后所以我们今年也会有一些英文的内容。那如果大家就是想要练习英文的听力的话，也可以来听听 PyCast。那其实它是一个蛮轻松的节目，所以大家应该上班通勤的时候或运动的时候都可以听。对，就是上班的时候也可以听哦。就是你如果主管问你在听什么，你就说你在听演讲。
OK， 如此的不认真吗？这样不太行吧？
然后，我们最近发的一集是跟Apache Airflow 这个工具有关的内容，他邀请那个 Airflow 的 maintainer TP 来这个节目上面跟大家分享。那主要的内容就会比较偏向资料工程，还有这个工具的东西。那其实今年的大会上面好像有蛮多 talk 的主题也是跟这个工具有关，所以大家如果有兴趣都可以来听一下 PyCast Season 2的 EP3， 然后这边的话点进去都会有这几集的 shorts， 就是我们今年非常的用心，就是除了剪辑之外，我们还有做 shorts， 所以大家都可以多多支持，帮我们就是关注，不管是在Apple Podcast 或是什么 Google Podcast、KKBox、Spotify 之类的，都可以帮我们就是留言、5星好评、吹捧。好，
家庭起来。OK。
家庭。
好了，谢谢 Benson。好，那我们继续往下走。
对，刚才一直没有介绍到，经常讲这个东西，其实是我们今年它的时刻表。对，大家如果对议程的时间不太清楚，然后又不知道去哪里查，大家可以上来看一下。我们这边有附上各个厅在哪个时段会有哪些讲者，大家就可以集结去问问题，因为这个机会也是蛮难得的。好，就离开这里。
OK。
好多人。不知道大家有没有发现，我们其实有做一个快速通道。大家
你要示范一下吗？如何快速？
不要，我等一下还要走回来，很远。对，大家应该都有用过我们的会议厅了，然后大家就可以更频繁使用，然后跟大家聊天，我知道。来，最后我们就我不卡住了。
你就走下去，再走下去，走那个快速通道示范一下。
我们来乱录一下人家。Hello， 有人在吗？
好，可能在吃饭。好，我们等一下再乱入。就是我们其实有蛮多赞助商，然后大家都赞助商们有来摆摊。那如果大家有兴趣的话，也可以去找他们聊一聊，就是他们有一些职缺啊，或是相关资讯都可以跟他们聊聊。那我们等一下就是2:05也会就是由我们赞助组带大家去逛这个赞助的摊位。对，
没错。
好。
那等等可以来继续看直播。
哎，
没有人了吗？
哎，哦，在下面。OK， 然后 R3这边好像有，我印象中是不是有一场议程？
我们现在就回到一个议程的地方来结束我们这个地图的 tour 吗？
好啊，好。
大家如果对场地还有什么问题，对大地游戏什么问题，那都可以。
就是找有PyCon Taiwan 前缀的志工，
没错，或是如果找不到人，你就右边列表打开，找到 Ray 或 Fish， 就敲我们，
也可以，
我们努力帮你们解决。
或是我们在 Discord，Discord 那边也有一个 Information Desk， 可以去问问题。然后大地游戏本身也有就是可以发问的地方，这样。
这边都有一个问题的留言区，那如果什么场地上啊或游戏上，或者等等的问题。都可以来问我们，我们都想办法帮各位解决。
好，感谢各位的参与，那我们就直播到这边。
好，
可以吧？
拜拜，
就这样随意的结束。好，谢谢，拜拜。
那我们可以离开了吗？
可以吗？结束了吗？
结束了吗？
It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together.
Hello， 大家好，你现在来到的是 PyCon APAC 2022的现场。那我们现在在 Space A 的主舞台，那你可以看到我们现场呢，非常的热闹，大家在就是疯狂的撒花，就是跟大家 say hello。那我们今天在这里干嘛呢？其实是现在我们要进行一个绕境的活动。那绕境的活动会带大家到各个赞助商的摊位去逛一逛，了解赞助商的资讯，然后我们跟大家聊聊天。那如果你是有那个求职需求的人的话，请一定要跟上我们这个绕境。那如果你是喜欢听各种有趣的小八卦的人呢，也一定要跟上我们。那在我旁边的这一位朋友呢，他是我们赞助组的 Kevin。那我请 Kevin 来帮我操作一下我今天的角色，因为我必须要就是比较多的在讲话。那我们先在这个紫色的舞台简单的走动几步，请 Kevin 帮我移动一下。好，那当我们在移动的时候，如果你的角色没有跟着移动的话，也许你还没有 follow 我们。那你可以选择手动的 follow， 那就是要跟紧我们的脚步，或是你可以选择自动的 follow， 只要按上我们每一个人的角色的右键，然后选择 follow 的话，你就可以跟随我们移动了。那我们今天的路线呢，现在我们会先移动到 Space B 的部分。那 Space B 这边我们会带大家走到一个镜子里面，然后穿越那个镜子回到车站，那我们就会去Space B 的这个列车，然后进入 Space B。那今天我们现在是一个直播的活动，会有30分钟。这30分钟呢，大家可以把握时间，你待会跟赞助商的聊天，或是你想要透露什么样有趣的资讯，都会在我们的直播上面就是播放出去。那半个小时之后呢，我们的活动会继续进行，但是我们的直播就会告一段落，然后还给那个 keynote speaker 的部分，所以大家要把握这30分钟哦。好，那我们就准备要出发了。
要趁现在教大家怎么撒花跟
对，因为我们这个绕境声势浩大，大家应该有看过台湾的绕境活动，所以我们一路敲锣打鼓这样子。那待会就是移动的时候，都请大家就是要记得按 F 可以撒花，那或是按上面的一些数字3啊、4啊、5啊，都会有一些 emoji 跳出来。对，那就是我们就会吸引众人的注目。好，那我们可以前往 Space B 咯。你要选择车站是吗？好，走。
没关系，我还是走镜子好了。
结果 Kevin 开始带我们乱逛。
不会。
对，你走错了。他在左上方，你看镜子。
这个有了，这个有
对。
了。好 ，Go。大家都来了吗？
好，这里。
好。
有我们这样一路逛过来了。
走错了，我要去下面。
你会把大家带错边。
为什么没有跟上来？
因为就走错了。请大家跟着我们到 Space B 哦，是下面的月台。
这边。
Hello。
怎么没有继续follow？
糟糕了，我跟你说，大家都去排奶了。
不行，大家过来。我要进去吗？还是
我们在这边撒花，等待一下大家好了。Hello， 我们要进入 Space B 咯，请跟着我们。那进入到 Space B， 谢谢。那我们下楼。我们待会要跟赞助商好好聊一聊。好，那我们在 PyCon 车站前面等待一下，就是等待我们整个绕境队伍有跟上我们。好，希望我们这个队伍可以就是赶快跟上。
好像有慢慢过来了。
有的。 Hello， 大家好，大家好。那待会到赞助商的摊位的时候，大家其实是可以把麦克风开启，然后我们跟赞助商一起聊一聊天这样子。好，那请再给我一点花朵吧，请再给我一些纸花吧，谢谢谢谢。
哇，好像有些人卡住了。
那我委托我们就是工作人员帮我去车站那边就是导引一下。
接人。
对对对。我们需要一些导引工作人员。好的，那我这里要继续往前进咯。我们走下面，再往下，再往下，再往下，再往下。好，我们先遇到的是美光的这个摊位，我们进去美光逛一逛吧。Hello， 请问美光的伙伴在吗？伙伴在吗？
大家好，
大家好，听得到哦。我们现在正在进行直播了，然后我们带了一群声势浩大的人来到现场。想要问一下美光这边，今天在摊位上的有什么样的角色啊？
大家好，听得到我的声音吗？
有，我们听得到你的声音哦。
听不到。
有人听到我声音吗？
哦，有哦，有听到 Joy 的声音哦。
有 Joy 有听到哦。
有听到啊。
OK， 那我们没有听到其他人的声音，对不对？Jojo，你听得到我的声音吗？
我们听得到。
我们听得到你的声音哦。
Jojo。
可以请 Joy 跟那个
Willy 在吗 ？Hello。
那我请 Alan 来协助一下美光，把那个麦克风调整一下好了，也许又是设定的问题。我们先到旁边的国泰打个招呼。
可以听得到声音是不是？
有听到 Cindy 的声音，有听到。
Hello， 国泰大家好。
Hello。
嗨，请问国泰有人在家吗？
有的。
好，现在跟我讲话的是 Hannah， 你好。
是的。
我们想要问一下国泰今天的摊位有什么事情啊？
好，国泰呢今年准备的摊位蛮丰富的。那首先是我们有准备了非常丰富的好康，想要给我们的参与者。第一个是，如果帮我们点选右下有一个金色的百宝箱的话，填写2分钟的问卷，就可以获得限量的50块 over 礼券。那你填完问卷之后，点选左边的衣架子，加入我们的社团。那这个社团，
你在干嘛？
不是去衣架那边。
社团的话，可以再额外获得50块加码礼和100块礼券。那我们今年在Space A 的摊位有陆续设立短奖。那现在过去的话，应该会有一个银行的短奖准备要开始。那明天的话，我们也会有一个其他子公司来到我们的摊位的演讲，大家有兴趣都可以到 Space A 看。那如果听完演讲之后呢，我们现场会有问答活动。如果你是第一个回答对的观众的话，也可以获得100块的 Saver 领券。
哦，好的，所以只要回答正确的答案，就有机会得到100块的 Seven 礼券，是吗？
没错。不过我们每一场只限量1名，所以大家要就是抢快这样子。
大家速度
好的。好，那我们这边先继续的往下一个赞助商摊位前进。不太确定他们好了没耶？我们先到下面好了。
好。
我们先进入 Pinkoi 这边。Hello Pinkoi 的伙伴，大家好。
大家好。
Hello。
城市里面，我们都希望能够找优秀的软体人才。那特别是想要做这种国际大平台、大规模的这种对这件事情有向往这种比较更高挑战的软体人才。所以台南当然会是南部啊、中部啊，其实这些城市都是我们会主要去做 talent sourcing 的一个范围。对，那本身我这也是台南人嘛，所以我觉得3号来说，我们也想贡献 我们原本的家乡，就是说希望可以有更多优秀的人才在南部，他们可以同时生活在南部，那也可以帮他贡献他们的能力跟经验，然后一起帮助PyCon打造成一个真的是世界级、国际级的平台。所以我们的确有这样的想法，对，但是不局限于南部的某一个城市，对。
是。我打断一下，因为我看到PyCon的绕境队伍进来了。
Hi Gobi。
Hello。
我们刚好赶上刚刚 Peter 最后面一点点分享。
没错。
Hello。
然后我们现在这也是一个直播的节目当中，所以 Peter 你要不要简短的先用2-3句话再介绍一下你或是 PyCon 这样子？
好，我不重要了，我介绍一下PyCon谢谢所有那个PyCon的现场的参与者。那PyCon很开心，其实我刚才跟大家分享是在台湾10年前，PyCon应该是台湾第一个新创公司采用 PyCon 这个语言的。那我们也持续用这个语言结合不同的科技跟技术，持续的去把PyCon打造成一个跨国际的平台。那我们也希望可以透过PyCon，我们甚至在这个设计产业，也希望帮助设计产业里面的创作者跟品牌他们不止可以去接触到市场，能够同时也帮助他们可以国际化。对，那如果说大家现场是工程师，你向往一个大规模、更困难、更高挑战的一个国际平台，更复杂的技术架构，欢迎你来挑战PyCon，跟我们的优秀的团队一起打造更国际的产品。对，那如果你是PM 或者是商业伙伴，欢迎来参考一下PyCon现在的职缺其实我们有很多的挑战，其实是会欢迎每个优秀人才来挑战，持续成长。
好，感谢 Peter 的分享。然后确实 PyCon 他们今年就是也很高兴他赞助我们，然后透过我们来征才这样子。那他的相关资讯我们都有公告出来，而且就是再晚一点呢会有 Job Fair 的活动时段，到时候大家一定要锁定哦。
对，也欢迎大家来我们摊位来跟我们聊聊，问任何问题都可以。然后我们现场也有我们 People Operation 的伙伴们，他们也都可以回答你任何问题。那对我们职缺有兴趣，请到PyCon的官网上，我们有一个Career Page，欢迎大家来找寻适合你觉得适合你的挑战的职位。谢谢。
好，谢谢。那我们这个绕境队伍，如果是有想要立刻就是捕捉 Peter 或是跟 PyCon 的伙伴互动的话，欢迎你就先停留在这里。那我要先继续的往下一个摊位前进了。好，我们前往 iChef 吧。Hello， 请问 iChef 有人在家吗
？Hello。
嗨。哎呀，iChef 现在是
就是带了更多人来了。
有吗 ？iChef 现在好像没有人在摊位中吗？有。Hello， 你好。
欢迎大家来到 iChef 的摊位。
对，我们现在这是一个直播的环节，所以就是 iChef 有没有什么话想要对就是在收看直播的观众聊一聊的呢？分享的呢？
太棒了，我有几分钟。
你有30秒，没有啦。就是
好 ，OK。
快告诉我你心中最想讲的那件事。
那当然就是欢迎大家来 iChef 这边摊位参观。然后因为我们刚好最近有在找后端的工程师，然后还有 QE，当然还有其他的 Front-end、iOS 等等工程师。那我们摊位上面都有放征才链接，然后欢迎大家来看看。那当然除了征才之外，我觉得更重要的是让大家了解 iChef。然后我们摊位上面都有一些伙伴可以让大家分享。那同时间我们也有做了一些公司的介绍的影片的员工访谈的影片，大家有空的话可以来看看。那额外工商一下，因为 iChef 自己有一个开源的 Medium blog， 所以大家有兴趣的话都可以来看看。那我们的工程师或者是设计师都有把一些这个技术文章或者是他们开发 工作上面的一些经验就是放在上面，那欢迎大家来参观。
刚刚说到这个开源的 Medium Block 是在这个现场的物件就有连结的吗？
没错，在树丛跟
那个树丛跟草丛
盆栽里。
在盆栽里面，哇，好隐秘哦。好，但我有发现盆栽有亮亮的，待会我会来看这个有趣的 block。
好，欢迎哦。
好，顺便我也想要就是反正我都在现场了，就问一下，因为我知道 iChef 是以素食餐厅为主要的服务客户的一个公司，那就是你们之后还有要再扩张到其他的餐饮业吗
？iChef 其实我们不仅限于素食，就整个餐饮业都会是 iChef 的客户。然后我们目前在台湾、新加坡跟香港，是我们主要据点。然后可能我们已经东南亚这一块跟台湾这一块是我们目前餐厅发展注重。那我们不限餐厅的类别，那只要是餐厅都有可能是我们的客户。那我们从早餐店做到夜店都有。对，从早到晚都有盘挂这些餐饮范围，都是我们的客人。
那成为 iChef 的团队，
然后有一些小。
那成为 iChef 的团队，就是到外面吃饭饮食的时候，会有相对的，就是员工优惠吗？
我知道有一些比较亲近的，
有跟你们合作的
老板有给，
还不错。
那我们自己每个礼拜在那个也会跟我们自己的厂商，就是经过我们的午餐这样子。
了解了解。
员工就可以享用。我们现在有哪些不太应该蛮特别的餐厅，那蛮特别的餐点这样子。
好的。
对，我们每个周三的时候会帮员工准备 iChef 客户的便当。然后除此之外，因为我们每一季会有一个部门聚餐，然后大家就会一起去我们这个在1万家客户当中选出好吃的，然后我们就去一起跟团队们一起去吃饭。
好，了解了，谢谢。听起来是非常特殊的一种员工福利。那有兴趣或是很喜欢吃东西的朋友，就千万不要错过 iChef 的征才资讯。那有兴趣跟 iChef 继续讨论或是深入了解的人，可以留在 iChef 的摊位。那我要先前往下一个摊位喽。好，那我们前进玉山摊位。Hello， 请问玉山有人在家吗？
他们来了，完蛋。
不好意思，我们现在是一个直播的活动，我已经发现你的惊慌失措喽。
已经上电视喽。
你上电视喽。Hello，
嗨，大家好。
嗨，大家好。
你好。
好，请问玉山今天的摊位有什么特别有趣的地方吗？
学长你要讲吗？还是我讲？
好，那我们这边的话，目前就是有设置这个job fair 相关的一些资讯，然后呢，另外就是下面也可以看到，我们有提供我们目前整个智能金融处所使用的一些 tech stack 的一些投影片，所以大家可以看一下我们这边用了哪一些跟 Python 有关的开源套件啊，或者也用了一些其他的一些开源的服务这样子。对，那大家可以来我们摊位稍微看一下。
好，那我这边也想要问一下，今天玉山就我所知是有2位讲者，那请问2位都还有在摊位上面吗？
目前应该只有我，然后玉山这一次总共应该是有5位讲者。
哦，这么多！
哇，
对，
好厉害哦。那就是大家如果对玉山的5位讲者的讲题有兴趣的话，待会也许是有机会在玉山的摊位可以捕捉到他们的。好，那如果有兴趣跟玉山的伙伴再多聊聊的朋友，可以留在玉山的摊位。我这边先继续前往下一个地方喽。
好，拜拜。
贝瑞 AI 现场看起来是 没有人在家的状态。
人吗
？Hello Berry AI， 我看起来里面是空的啦。
还是我们先去下一个站？
好，我们待会再绕回来。我们先继续往前。那我们就回到美光的摊位，看看他们的状态。
好，有人在跳舞。
有位 ，Hello， 美光的各位，请问听得到我讲话吗
？Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家来到美光的摊位。请问各位听得到我的声音吗？
听得很清楚咯。
Hello， 欢迎大家来到美光。
嗨，
听得到我们这边的声音吗？
美光现正积极招募 Data Science、Data Engineer、Smart Manufacturing Engineer 跟 Machine Learning， 欢迎大家投递职缺。今天线上填survey，提供你的联络方式就可以抽奖哦。奖品是非常好用的500块储值卡。那我们现在请 George 来帮我们介绍一下美光的相关职务。George。Hello，
大家好，非常欢迎，高兴大家能够到我们美光的这个摊位来。然后美光基本上在我们最近这几年主要 focus 在那个smart manufacturing and artificial intelligence 这个领域的发展。然后也因为这样子的一个目的呢，我们从这个machine learning 以及 artificial intelligence 上面获得了非常多的一个 benefits， 所以目前希望大举招募各路的好手，包含像 data engineer， 然后 data scientist 以及 machine learning engineer 都在我们的target 招募的范围里面。所以如果各位对于这方面的职缺有兴趣的话，可以再跟我们这个 Cindy HR 这边联系一下。那我们也可以根据您的这个需求以及你的这个背景，还有你的未来的职业规划，来帮你挑选出一个比较适合您的在美光发展的一个职缺，然后会带领你到我们相对应的这个主管那边去，让你能够获得更深一层的一个信息，好吗？谢谢大家，谢谢。
没错，今天来到摊位，提供给大家在招募相关职缺。美光的直接招募人员联络窗口，大家赶快把它记下来，直接投递履历，直接谈哦。email 是 joysu_micron .com， 重复一次 joysu_micron 的 micron.com， 欢迎大家直接投递职缺 ，recruiter 跟你谈完之后，会帮你连接到最适合你职缺的主管，跟你做进一步的详谈哦。大家不要错过这个这么好的机会，直接跟 recruiter 做联系。
好，
欢迎大家记得填线上survey，今天有好礼要送给大家哦。赶快填写吧。
好的，感谢美光的分享。然后美光现场的
有谁还没有拿到我们线上准备的连结呢？跳个舞来看看，马上就把连结寄给你。
好，看来美光的摊位有很多丰富的资讯。那我们现在这个直播的活动呢，会在这边先告一个段落。那我会继续的去 Space A 拜访更多的赞助商。那也欢迎有兴趣的伙伴继续跟着我们前往 Space A 的赞助商摊位。那现在直播在这里先告一个段落咯，大家拜拜。
拜拜。
Good afternoon, everyone. The keynote speaker of this session is Iqbal Abdullah, and the topic is Changing the World, One PyCon at a Time, version 2022. Iqbal is a Malaysian who has been a resident of Japan for the past 20 years. He is the founder and CEO of Laloka Labs. His previous company, Zoxo, was acquired in September 2021, which he still currently serves as the COO. Iqbal will be speaking about the past, present, and his hopes for the future of the community from a people, mover, and organizer point of view. There will be nostalgic pictures, thought on diversity, inclusion, generational change, burnout, and hopefully opportunities to reflect during this talk. So let's welcome Iqbal.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you all in the best of health. May peace be upon you wherever you are. Before I start, I would also like to introduce to my pet snake. I found her in IKEA, and she's a python, so we call her PyKea. Hi, everyone. I hope you're all fine today. Welcome to the keynote talk. Well, that was PyKea speaking. Anyway, before we go into my keynote in more detail, I believe it will be helpful to give more context to you by giving a short introduction about myself and where I'm coming from. So, who am I? My name is Iqbal Abdullah. I'm a Malaysian and a resident of Japan. So I've been using Python since 2002. And in many ways, it has given me the intellectual challenge that I've created, allowed me the freedom to bring my imagination to life. And through PyCon has allowed me to meet wonderful people that have shaped my career and also to the current person that I am. I'm a managing member of the Python Software Foundation and having been involved in the community and PyCons around the APAC region since 2010. I helped found PyCon JP in 2011 and PyCon NY in 2014. Currently, I'm also a member of the Trademarks Work Group and the Diversity Inclusion, also known as the DNI Work Group of the PSF. So in my day job, I'm currently the CEO of Laloka Labs, where we have 3 main products called GetOTP, Kafka, and Laloka Layouts. Through our products, our aim is simple: help our customers save time, money, and become happy human beings. So in order for me to call my keynote today as part of my work, allow me to quickly just introduce you to these 3 products of ours. So if you're building something on the web, these are the 2 things which we have built that might be interest of you. To the left is GetOTP, a simple web API service to package the mundane task of creating and verifying one-time passwords for your website or apps. While to the right is a collection of libraries which I believe will be useful to you if you're using Tailwind CSS called Laloka Labs for Tailwind. GetOTP comes with an API that simplifies the generation, sending, and verification of one-time passwords. It also includes a user interface for your end customers to easily verify the OTPs that they've received. While Laloka Layouts is not a product per se, but a collection of widgets which we put up online for anyone to use. It definitely helped us when our developers wanted to design websites, and we hope it will help you too. Our third product is called Laloka Labs. Our third product is called Kafka, which is an AI content generation. It automatically generates and quickly generates text which have been used for content on blog posts or social media. So it's mostly used by marketeers to quickly and automatically produce contents for SEO purposes. I also use it when I need more content for my posts, and also sometimes when I write something about Python or PyCon. So I'm happy to report that we use a lot of Python in our products. Other than using Python, we make it a point to give back by engaging and being present in the community, such as giving talks, doing free workshops, and sponsoring conferences. In the other company which I also help to manage, called Zoxo, we also donate a portion of our profits to the PSF and Python-related projects. We did this through what we call our annual open source grants program. I think we donated around $1,500 to $2,000 per year to the PSF and various open source projects that we use. And we publish this on our blog to give exposure to these projects with the hope other people will also know about them and follow our lead. Well, let's go on with our talk today. So this will be a talk basically based on a blog which I wrote in June 2017 titled Changing the World, One PyCon at a Time. That blog post was meant to be lead material before the PyCon APAC 2017 team was interviewed for a local radio station in Kuala Lumpur. When I was invited to give the keynote for PyCon APAC 2022 by the PyCon TW team, the expectation was that I would talk about topics that concern PyCon in APAC and the community surrounding it. I found the general theme that the blog post that I had written at that time was still relevant, so I decided to update the version for PyCon APAC 2022. So I'm pleased today to present my keynote for PyCon APAC 2022 titled Changing the World, One PyCon at a Time, version 2022. The script is also online. So I come from a family of writers, and throughout my personal and professional journey, I've discovered that other than building things, I also enjoy and perhaps produce my best work through writing long form. So please feel free to follow me through the script which I uploaded online yesterday before we stop. You can access it from the QR code which I pasted here. And just leave it there for a few seconds if any of you are interested in scanning that. Okay, so my first PyCon. There you go. Okay, so my first PyCon, how it was. In the spirit of inclusion, I will not assume that everyone listening in today knows what PyCon is, although you are attending a PyCon. So I will briefly just introduce you to what is PyCon. PyCon, in essence, is a conference centered around the Python programming language. It started with the first PyCon in Washington, D.C. in the United States in 2003, and has expanded to many parts of the world, from Asia to Europe. Within this region of ours, Japan, South Korea, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and within our own neighboring regions, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Australia, and New Zealand have had their own country PyCons. Once a year, one country within our region will host the regional PyCon APAC, which we have had since 2010. So this is a map of all the PyCon APACs which we've already had since 2010. So 2010, it started out in Singapore. Singapore had it for 3 years in a row, 2010, 2011, 2012. And then it moved on to Japan, 2013, Tokyo, 2014, Taiwan, Taipei hosted it for 2 consecutive years, 2014, 2015. Next, we went to South Korea and Seoul. Seoul in South Korea, sorry, and then it moves on to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, which I had the pleasure of being the chairperson. And after 2017, it moves back to Singapore, and then it moves to Manila in the Philippines. 2020, which is a year which I believe many of us will remember for many, many years to come. It was hosted by the Malaysian team in Kuala Lumpur, but because of the pandemic, it went up online. And in 2021, Bangkok took it up for APAC, and this year we have it back in Taipei. So you can see here, Taipei, Singapore, and Kuala Lumpur had PyCon APAC more than once within the past years since 2010. So although it's a long list, I've purposely named each individual countries which have joined us within this larger PyCon APAC umbrella for 2 reasons. Number one is to acknowledge them, and then number 2, to underscore the diversity of the people, culture, languages, and the background that we have among us. I'll come back to this very important topic later on during my talk. The first PyCon APAC was held in 2010 in Singapore. It was the idea of Dr. Liu Benkiat and his committee, which later on became the Python user group of Singapore. By chance, I saw the PyCon APAC flyer at the time on the internet and decided to participate. My initial intentions was just to go to the conference, understand how Python was being used, maybe learn a few things, leave, and that was it. I didn't know it then, but in hindsight, that was a very fateful decision that has now followed me towards one of the most fulfilling experiences in my life. I believe that there are also some of you today or in the past that came to PyCon expecting something similar, like myself in 2010, but ended up staying. We should have a support group, like PyCon Anonymous. But I guess that's what we have PyCons for. This is a picture of me with Benkiat and Ivan during PyCon APAC in 2017 in Kuala Lumpur. So when I was in Singapore during the first PyCon APAC, I met up with Benkiat, who is coincidentally also Malaysian. We had that in common, so we started to talk, and I found out his motivations and reason of trying to start PyCon APAC. In essence, it was because of basically three things. Number one, Singapore was too small. Number two, making it affordable. And the third one is making it accessible. The first reason was a practical one. Singapore's community was too small. Having a local PyCon Singapore conference doesn't make sense because that will mean only the same folks coming. So they leapfrogged that problem by just having a regional conference from the start. A regional conference will also have a greater name brand value. And if you are, especially around Southeast Asia, you will know how notorious Singaporeans, people living in Singapore is about the ideas in marketing. Well, this will help them to attract big-name keynote speakers who happen to be concentrated in the United States and Europe. The reasoning was that international speakers are more willing to take an 18-hour flight across continents to attend a regional conference where they can expect to meet as many people as possible instead of a single country conference. Now, the second and third reasons, although sounding direct and simple, serves a well-defined and profound purpose. We understand that nearly all of the advances made in technology by the programming language, new concepts and philosophies in thinking about the language and even how communities are organized towards the greater good for everyone at large originate mostly in the United States and Europe. Unfortunately, the monetary and time cost for our community members in this part of the world to travel to the US or Europe is too prohibitive and is a huge constraint. If you cannot be in the United States to meet and listen to the great minds that shape the programming language, its community, and its future, let's have them here instead. Having a PyCon which is nearer to its intended audience will make it accessible and also affordable. In hindsight, I think this was the first work towards a more inclusive community for our region, even before we had diversity and inclusion as keywords like we have had right now. Here are some of the keynote speakers that we've had since 2010 for our PyCon APAC. I have to apologize because I'm pretty sure I've missed to include some of our keynote speakers here because I wanted to keep this to a single slide. But what I would like to impress to you, my audience today, is to the quality, the diversity, and the support that we have had from the great minds of our community. It was a wonderful thing to have the opportunity to get all our keynotes to come to us and share with us their thoughts and knowledge. I'm sure that some of you will at least recognize one or two of our keynotes here that I've listed out on the slide. So I call these two reasons, making it affordable and making it accessible, as the main ingredients for our PyCons in this region. For more deeper history lessons on the history of PyCon APAC and the past PyCons up until 2019, I suggest that you watch Benkiat's excellent keynote for PyCon 2019 in Makati. here's a link to the video on YouTube. All right, so 12 years after our first PyCon, or how's it going? Brett Cannon first said that during PyCon 2014, I think, and I think he's quoted up hundreds, thousands of times maybe. And true enough, he said, come for the language and stay for the community. And true enough, I came for the language in 2010 and stayed on for the community. So this is a picture of us having an APAC community meeting in 2017 during the PyCon APAC in Seoul. If you recognize, that's Ewa, the third from the left. She was the executive director of PSF. She left, I think, last year, and but she was very supportive of us when we had our PyCons in APAC. A general theme that goes around in each of our PyCon APAC conferences is that the conferences are focused for the benefit of the local Pythonistas. We have grown to realize that our PyCon APAC conferences are in fact for the local community of that particular country more than anything else. When we had our first in-person PyCons before COVID-19 happened, other than Singapore, out of the country attendees we had do not make more than 20% of all attendees. So this is the constant pattern that we have seen from all the PyCon APACs except for Singapore. The local community from the city that hosts PyCon APAC will be the strongest supporters of the conference in their city. With that in mind, other than making PyCons affordable and accessible, I propose a name for the third ingredient for our PyCon APAC in this region, which is making it our own. So these are some of the pictures I've supposed to show you in the slides. We have the Taipei, and this is a 2017 conference in Kuala Lumpur. Making it our own. So these are the initiatives carried out by the various local communities which started during or was initiated through our local PyCons. These initiatives aims to lower the barrier of opportunities that these communities think they have. I would like to introduce to you some of these initiatives. This is just scratching the surface. There are more which they have initiated on their own, but due to the time limitations that we have today, so I can only pick up the ones which I think have made one of the bigger impacts. So in nearly every PyCon APAC, sorry, let me. Okay, all right. So in nearly every PyCon APAC, there was at least one track that focuses on local language. So this is the initiative which we call the local language tracks. Being an international conference, we do acknowledge the need for our international attendees to be able to enjoy the contents. So a majority of the tracks are in English. But the fact is that none of our communities in East and Southeast Asia have English as their first language. And that poses a hurdle for the local community. We don't deny or try to change the fact that English is a de facto language within our industry. Having said that, giving a talk in a language that you're not proficient in is a terrifying thing and poses a very high hurdle to overcome. So this is something which might not be apparent to people like myself or those of you who by chance had the opportunity to learn and be proficient in English from a young age. And because of that, we tend to overlook and take this for granted. We cannot call ourselves inclusive if we do not have opportunities for community members to speak just because of their lack of command in English. So we have at least one local language track for members of our community who are more comfortable communicating with their local language. Young Inspirers. This is something which PyCon Taiwan have a unique program that they organize, including the PyCon APAC this year, if you've noticed. So it promotes inclusion across age groups. A program called Young Inspirers that allows students to showcase and share their experience using Python in their projects. The students get to mingle around, learn from experiences, and learn from the experience of others, and also in return also inspires those around them. Python Bootcamp and PyLadies Caravan. So the differences in opportunities available to you if you are in a central city like Tokyo, if you are in Japan, for example, and other prefectures can be big. And I'm sure this is not exclusive only to Tokyo, Japan, but the countries as well. So whether you're in a big city or if you're in a smaller city out in a different prefecture, different state, for example. So PyCon JP, using the money that they have raised from organizing PyCons, sponsored teaching staff and mentors to travel to different cities in Japan to carry out what we call Python Bootcamp and PyLadies Caravan. One day beginner Python Bootcamp or events for the communities there. This allows the PyCon JP team, which are mostly based in Tokyo, to share their knowledge and also opening up chances for communities in other prefectures to get involved in community work and leveling themselves up. Charity Talks. This is a program which was done by the PyCon JP team, answering the call for financial contribution from the PSF following the aftermath of the cancelled PyCon US in 2020. So they leveraged their strong connections to their sponsors and community and did a one-day paid talk event with all the proceeds were given to the PSF. So I think the charity talks raised more than $25,000 and have earned the PyCon JP team the 2021 Q4 Community Service Award from the PSF. Tie up with the local groups. PyCon Mai, after hosting APAC 2017, with new leadership, has been focusing on moving away from focusing Kuala Lumpur, which is the capital. They work to tie up with the local Kinabalu coders community in Kota Kinabalu in the state of Sabah, east of Malaysia. Too much focus has been done within Kuala Lumpur itself, and bringing opportunities and connections to other parts of Malaysia were high on the priority list. So I'm personally happy with this, and this is another example of making it our own. I'm definitely missing staff here, but if you're listening in and you know that your community in connection with PyCon has done work to address issues that your community deem as important, and as such making it your own, please contact me and I would like to add your work to the list of examples above. If you're interested to go through again the examples that were given in the past 5 minutes, you can again go through the text which I've uploaded online. I know I'm speaking a bit fast here to catch up with the limited amount of time that I have. Anyway, so moving on, let's talk about the PSF elections, which I've been also part of the past few years. So after all these years, since first PyCon APAC 2010, the community has grown by leaps and bounds with many people involved in so many ways to make the communities within APAC a thriving, growing and inclusive one. APAC by default is diverse, so I left that one on purpose. On the other hand, it is pretty clear to me that there is this disconnect between the good things that we're doing in our region with the rest of the bigger world. So specifically, I'm talking about the Python Software Foundation, or the PSF. And here's the PSF mission statement. So if you read through PSF's website, the PSF mandate is as follows. The mission of the Python Software Foundation is to promote, protect, and advance the Python programming language, and to support and facilitate growth of a diverse and international community of Python programmers. While we can expect that the PSF has policies, formal or otherwise, giving priority to the needs and wants of the community in the US, by the virtue that the PSF is a United States-based nonprofit organization, with Python being used by 10 million people all over the planet, the data is pretty glaring that the PSF is lacking in a part of its mandate to grow a diverse and international community. So let me give you some specific examples. Number one, the number of core developers that we have are mostly United States and European based. Out of the 170 or so people on the list which have access, push access to GitHub, I think we might only have one person from APAC region. The PSF has a membership called PSF Fellows. So this is a special type of membership which can only be achieved by nomination. So someone nominates you to become a member of the PSF, become a fellow of the PSF. And the PSF fellows are, in a nutshell, are examples of what we should aspire to be in the Python community. Out of the 384 members which were appointed as a PSF fellow member worldwide, only 5 are from our community within the APAC region. The PSF also has awards to recognize the work done by members of its community. One of them is the PSF Community Service Awards, which are considered by nomination, similar to the PSF Fellow membership. Since March 2008, there was only 2 instances of members of our community being awarded the PSF Community Service Award. Finally, as a proxy to show representation and leadership within the Python community itself, out of the 13 board director members which we have in the Python Software Foundation, only 2 of them are non-US or European based, while there are none from our community over here. So without different people from different backgrounds and knowledge about the globally diverse community that we have within the leadership of the PSF, it is difficult to say that the PSF represents all of us within the community. Due to this disconnect that I see every year since 2020, I've stood up to run for a seat on the PSF Board of Directors. Unfortunately, I failed to get elected, and up until 2021, I was the only person from our APAC region to run for the elections. So I'm happy to report, though, that for the recently concluded 2020 PSF Board elections, 2 of our compatriots from the APAC region, Kwang Han, South Korea, and Georgie, who was the chairperson for PyCon APAC 2021 Bangkok, also ran with me. Unfortunately, none of us were elected either. So there have been many comments, thoughts, and discussions about election reform, which stem from these election results. So these discussions are not only originating from our region, but from many other parts of the world, which are underrepresented within the leadership of the PSF. So I will not comment or summarize them in my keynote today, other than saying that nearly all of them mean well and try to find a solution to balance our leadership in the PSF to better represent the global community that we are. So I invite you to go through them if you are interested in this topic. After my experience these past years, I believe, though, that we cannot wait or expect the PSF to move to increase inclusion and diversity for us in this region. We need to take an active part and move towards it ourselves. To be brutally honest, I believe it is beyond the PSF to do this. Not from any deliberate decision or design, but it is just beyond their means in terms of resources, knowledge, and perhaps will. They have too much stuff on the plate. Now comes the part in my talk which I hope to add value to all of you who are listening in today. This is where I add my own personal perspectives and lessons learned, which I hope to share with you. I hope to make this part most beneficial to the current or would-be organizers and volunteers of the future. Values are central to diversity and inclusion. This is a picture of Jessica McKellar giving her keynote during PyCon APAC 2017 in Kuala Lumpur. She mentioned basically the same thing of the ingredients that we have for our PyCons in this region. The East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and to the extent into the Oceania region is arguably the most diverse region on Earth. For the current members that have hosted PyCon APAC, none of our countries have English as native first language. By default, the moment your community decides to participate in PyCon APAC, we already know you're different in background, language, and culture. So we did not add diversity as an afterthought when we realized we needed it. It was something already there and is built in. We never assumed that other communities do things or like us. But being different is not the problem. It is in fact our strength. But it is also not without problems. How do we get cohesion so that we get everyone to work together? It's through common values that we believe will benefit the community as a whole. Asians have similar values which we mutually understand and respect, and we express these values through what the community can do as they rally around the programming language. So I've mentioned 3 ingredients that we have for our PyCons in the first half of my talk, but let's get straight through them again. Make it affordable, make it accessible, and making it our own. The first two were the original ideas, which was envisioned by Ben Kiat when he started the first PyCon in Singapore in 2010. I believe still holds true today. The third one is the result of the organizers listening to the community evolve over the years. Every community tries to promote issues which are deemed important to them. Our PyCons are in essence built for the local community and presenting the world to them and not the other way around. I believe this is what glues us together. In spite of our diversity, we focus on the values that we want to promote because we believe that they are important to our community, such as openness and access to opportunities. This inclusivity within diversity is what I hope other communities in other parts of this world of us can learn from us. Let me move on to something slightly personal. So this is the Japanese kanji. They are read and kan. Perhaps you will have different pronunciation if you are in Taiwan or in China, or even in Korea maybe. So during an interview by Python Philippines for an episode of the Work From Home Pythonista program, I was asked a question on how and why I stayed motivated and worked with the community for all this time. This might be a question that some of you might be asking yourself if you've been spending some years writing open source code or organizing meetups and conference. After that interview, I sat down and actually spent some time to try to crystallize my thoughts. I couldn't really answer it when they asked it, but to be honest, I've never spent serious thought on an answer to that question, so perhaps it will be a good opportunity to think about it. Anyway, I would like to quote the silver medalist for curling in the 2022 Winter Olympics, Yoshida Chinami. So Yoshida-san, when asked during an interview about her journey as a sports person, this is what she said. 私は運と縁と勘で生きているんです. Like in typical Japanese, there are nuances within this expression which I can't fully unpack for you, but it basically translates to I live by chance, relationships, and gut feeling. So when I first read about this quote, I just realized that basically that wraps up my reason why I'm here doing what I do and my journey as a volunteer. By chance, I was introduced to Python. My gut feeling brought me to follow this path, joining the community, learning, talking to people, understanding, making friends, and the relationships that the community has graciously offered me made me stay. The experiences working with the community has tremendously shaped my views on how and why we need to be present and actively participate within the community with ideas, effort, and money. It also has shown me how the rest of us are lacking opportunities that some of us have, and some of us, the others have. Opening those opportunities to more people has and still is a constant personal mission that I have. After all, we are living off the goodwill which the people before us have left us with, and replacing that goodwill is the least that we can do. Perhaps when the day comes that I lose sight of any of these three, that will perhaps be the day for me to leave and do other things. So if you are currently a volunteer, if you are doing something open source, or managing a PyCon or running meetups, perhaps this will resonate with you. Maybe you will have your your and your count. This keynote will not be complete if I do not offer my version of the hopes that I have for our future and what we need more within our community. So going further, we have gone fast, and the next thing that we need to go is further. Someone wise in the past did say that if you want to go far, you go together. If you heard of this, but I'm sure some of you have heard of it before. A lot of times they quote an African proverb, I think, but we are really not sure actually where it came from. So if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So going together we must. This means getting as much people involved with the community. This also means making space for them. This is a Malay proverb. It's pronounced patah tumbuh, hilang berganti. This is a Malay proverb our friends in Malaysia and Indonesia will probably know very well. It literally means the broken will grow, the lost will be replaced. Stepping aside for our new members to come in and find their place is an important topic, but sometimes that we seldom talk about. How do we move away from the current community leaders and make way for new people to participate, contribute, and feel welcome and needed? For some reason, the notion of living seems to have negative connotations tied to it. Naomi Cedar, which was the chairperson of the PSF, I quote her, "You're not a leader until you have a succession plan." We need to embrace change. We do this by making our doors open as wide and as welcoming as possible to accept new members in, while also allowing people to leave. Of course, this represents challenges like trying to keep knowledge institutionalized. Paraphrasing Shimizukawa-san, which is a good friend of mine in the PyCon JP Foundation, we organized PyCons together in the past. During his keynote for PyCon Kyushu in 2022 in Kumamoto, early this year, he said something like, a community is like a bus. So you take the bus if you feel it's going in the direction that you want to go, but feel free to get down and take another bus to another direction when you feel differently. Having as much bus stops and buses is what we as the community need to provide. People can get on or get off at different bus stops to go to different directions to where their heart desires, different routes, different sceneries, and different people. Some of the communities within our region have shown that they have been built robust and healthy with new community leaders turning up every year to lead their PyCons, while others have not. I understand each community will have their own challenges to face in order to keep people interested and motivated and wanting to do more. I hope these communities can figure it out for themselves. Perhaps referring to other communities within our region can give them hints. On a similar vein, we need to be careful not to push the same group of people into thinking that it's them or no one else, because the rest of us take their presence for granted. Voluntary work, similar to contributing open source, tends to push people in this direction, which is unhealthy. If you are contributing and volunteering, you need to realize that although we owe the world many things, burning out because you want to pay those debt through community work, that's no good for anyone. I hope we will always reflect on this and do not take for granted our volunteers and the people working for the community. Please always say thank you to them, be actively involved, and always remind them that they can always take a break if they need to. Things will always work out somehow. Kita akan terus patah tumbuh, hilang, berganti. Using the opportunity given to me for keynote during PyCon APAC, I would like to also propose to my fellow community organizers a Pan-Asian Python Society, or APS, similar in concept to what they have in Europe, the Euro Python Society, EPS. The APS will consist of representatives from each member country community which have previously had PyCon APAC. Within the context of organizing and executing a regional Python conference, just like the EPS, the APS will be the main organizer. Furthermore, with a single centralized unit for organizing the regional conference, we can cultivate institutional knowledge and carry on certain fixed practices and aspects of the conference that will be repeated every single year, such as fixed programs like developer outreach and code contests. Having fixed programs with predetermined workflows will help organizers by reducing repetitive loads and creating contents from scratch. We can also consider using a fixed ticketing mechanism, platform, call for proposal platform, which are always required for every conference. Because we know ourselves best, the APS will be a point of contact for other Asian Python community members to approach to submit nominations for the PSF Fellows or the PSF Community Service Award. The APS might also help with translations of local languages to English to be presented to the PSF regarding these nominations. Outside of conferences, the APS can be an umbrella society that will promote participation of our Asian Python community within the European and its United States counterparts. Of course, there are many logistics issues, organizational and financial issues which we need to figure out. This will require cooperation from all of our member communities, but I'm sure our track record of working together in the past, we can find a way forward together. I think we've had some small early discussions about this a few years back, and perhaps it's time that we visit this again. So on a final note, let us change the world with this PyCon. Change the world with this PyCon. I would like to invite every one of you to join the PSF. Joining the PSF as a regular member is a simple process, as filling as an online form. So this is a QR code. If you click on this, if you scan this, you'll go to an online form, and filling it will make you a regular member. If you are today here listening to a PyCon APAC using Python, then you'll need to be a PSF member. It's free, it's easy, it only takes you 2 minutes. If you're already managing a community or maintaining an open source Python package and spend more than 5 hours a month, you're eligible to become a managing or contributing member, and also eligible to vote in the PSF board elections. Do so and show the world that we're here and that we care. Nominate extraordinary people around you. As I mentioned previously, the PSF have programs that aim to bring forth extraordinary contributors and acknowledge their efforts to empower and further the Python cause. I would like to once again introduce you to 2 of these programs, the PSF Fellow Membership and the PSF Community Service Award. The significance of these 2 programs is that they work on a nomination basis. Anyone can nominate anyone else. Of course, the PSF will verify the nomination and move forward with them based on merits. So not everyone that is nominated will be granted a Fellow Membership or Community Service Award. But having more people acknowledged for their efforts and hard work is never a bad thing. And it will at least change the world for the person, even if by just a little, when we say to them, thank you, you deserve this. Help the PSF out. There are a few ways that you can help the PSF out. Well, one of them is join the PSF work group. The PSF have many different work groups that focuses on specific aspects of the Python ecosystem and community. Examples of the work groups that the PSF currently has are the Trademarks and Diversity and Inclusion work group, which I currently part of. Each of the mandate for the work group is different. For example, the Trademarks work group mandate is to assess trademarks for compliance with the current PSF trademark research policy and advise the PSF board on what action, if any, to take. While the Diversity and Inclusion work group mandate is to actively further the PSF mission to support and facilitate the growth of a diverse and international community of Python programs. There might be work groups which align to your interests and skills. So if you like to learn more and get experience helping out an international nonprofit while making an impact worldwide, helping out in one of the work groups might be something worthwhile to do. Organize something for your community. Organize something within your local area. Do a meetup, show and tell, or local Python class for beginners. It doesn't have to be big and it doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't matter if only 5 people come, as long as you're enjoying it. More importantly though, remember that you can always stop anytime if you think you're not getting enough interest and think it's not worth your enjoyment anymore. No right-minded person will think the lesser of you. At the very least, organizing your own community will give you insights on the pulse of what is needed and also connect you to the people that care, which will, I assure you, an experience that you will treasure. Finally, which is a must, is you can organize a PyCon. It doesn't have to be the regional PyCon APAC or even the country PyCon like PyCon HK or PyCon AD. You want to organize a PyCon, the only requirement is that it's a public event. It can be a free event or anyone can purchase a ticket and attend, and that there are no prohibitive elements such as relatively expensive ticket pricing or gender limits. You can even have a so-called mini PyCon, maybe 1 track, 1 day event, 5 to 6 speakers with catering and food, getting people together, sharing knowledge and ideas, and having fun while doing it. This is how our PyCons in Japan and Malaysia started. We had our own mini PyCons. I remember when I founded PyCon Mai in 2014, I was in Japan and Sui Ming, my co-founder and also co-organizer, is a long-time friend who has his feet on the ground in Kuala Lumpur. So I asked him what he thinks if we started PyCon Mai based on our experience in PyCon JP. I still remember he said to me, no one will come. Well, I responded by saying, well, if only 10 people come, that's good enough. You don't have to do another one. But let's just do one and see what happens. Well, long story short, we successfully had yearly PyCon from 2014 and hosted PyCon APAC 2017, and they also had it in 2020. It would have been a blast. Unfortunately, the pandemic came. Hopefully, we can see another PyCon APAC in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, somewhere else. So we did that in 2017 before we passed the leadership to a new set of people. Me and Swimming, we left. Then PyCon My, and now we're still having it yearly PyCon. If I may have a plug here, they are going to have their PyCon My retreat in Kota Kinabalu next week. No, the next 2 weeks, I think. Look for it, Kota Kinabalu, PyCon My retreat. It's going to be a new style of PyCon, which will be very interesting. So if you're thinking about organizing PyCon, so I invite you to join us in the PyCon APAC organizers mailing list. Again, you can click on the link on the text which I've put online after this keynote, and please join us on the mailing list if you're interested in even learning how to organize a PyCon. You'll have an access to a breadth of knowledge on organizing conferences and ask help to source out for sponsors and speakers, which we already have done for so many years. So we have a list which will be very helpful when you want to organize a PyCon. We'll be happy to have you and very much welcome your thoughts and new ideas on how to further make our group more inclusive and have better experiences for other organizers. This is a QR code that will lead you to our mailing list for APAC organizers. With that, I'm running out of time. So with that, I would like to thank you. Last but not least, I'd like to be explicit and say thank you to all this group and people and the persons that have made all of this possible, PyCons, and also have made my journey as a volunteer community. And also, I'm pretty sure the journey of the many people that is participating, organizing PyCons, and also the communities within APAC. Very fulfilling. PyCon Taiwan, PyCon TW for hosting the conference this year. Thank you. PyCon SG for having the first conference in 2010. PyCon JP for getting together and having PyCon in the first PyCon APAC 2013. PyCon KR, PyCon TH, PyCon MY, PyCon ID, PyCon HK, PyCon TH, and many, many PyCon sponsors in our region that helped make it possible. The PSF, obviously, Steve Holden, who inspired Venkat to start PyCon APAC in 2010. All of you, the attendees, without you, this will not be possible. All of the staff for PyCon APAC 2022. And last but not least, our own Venkat for his vision to start off PyCon APAC in 2010. And with that, I would like to say thank you for inviting me and hearing my talk. This is my Twitter. Please feel free to contact me, and also my LinkedIn is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iqbal, for your talk. And now we will head on to the Q&A session. So, Iqbal, let me ask some questions from the Slido. So the first one is, what is your motivation for dedicating so much to these communities? Iqbal, are you there? Okay, please wait for a minute on the technical problems. Hi, Iqbal. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now we are going to head on to our Q&A session, and I will read some questions from the Slido. So the first one is, what is your motivation for dedicating so much to these communities?
That is a very important question, and it's actually a very difficult one. It's very personal. I do not think that any one person, each of our volunteers, will have their own, her or his own different interpretation and answers to this. But for me, as I mentioned during my keynote, it's giving opportunities back. So the opportunities that was pass on to me, I feel that the least that I can do is to pass them on forward for someone else to a point where I can do as much as possible and make this world that we live in a better place than when I came in, when I leave, rather than when I came in. So in a nutshell, it's just that. That's my motivation.
Okay. The next question is that can you share some stories about traveling or food when you attend PyCon in other countries?
Well, PyCon APAC especially is, I've traveled to different regions of the world. So the most recent one was PyCon EuroPython that was in Dublin. I've obviously been to many PyCons in Asia, in the APAC region. I've also been to the PyCon US once. And not any specific stories, but being an Asian PyCons have the best food. So that's what I can say for sure. The PyCon Python, EuroPython had delicious food, but was not as spicy as what we have here in Asia. So if you are interested in food and if you want to enjoy it, and this is actually a very important part in having conferences. I do believe this. Going through all the different PyCons in APAC would be something that I will believe you would like and enjoy. And within our own culture, and I believe this is very, very true for all us Asians, we bond over food. As opposed to, for example, I think over in Dublin, they bond over beer, for example, right? So they go to pubs. But for us, we bond over food. So there are so many different types of things that we can eat in the conference, outside of the conference. So if you get invited to join one of the breakout groups, like after conferences, let's go to this shop or this yatai or this gerai, please enjoy that, take that opportunity and enjoy the company and enjoy the food.
Okay, thank you. So we can say that Asian food rocks.
Yes.
Okay,
we can see that.
Yeah. So the next question is, what is the most challenging part of starting and maintaining a new community?
There are many challenging parts in starting and maintaining a new community. So I can't list them out all of you. All of them are challenging. So it's different to put which one is most challenging. But I think one which doesn't get enough thought of is actually when do you call it quits, or when do you think this is enough if you are not able to actually continue getting traction for your community, as they say. So this is something which is, I think, one of the difficult ones, because we don't try to think about it. We want our community to succeed, but believe me, most of the time it doesn't, because it's difficult. You need many different types of skill set to actually talk to people, to get people together, to convince people to become your speakers, to convince people to come, to convince sponsors to help you with the financial part of your communities, those kind of things. So I think that's the difficult, perhaps the most difficult part, because we don't talk about it often. I hope I'm answering that question.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is, what is your motivation for contributing to broader communities like PyCon APAC or PSF instead of just local communities?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay. Yeah. So this is perhaps because we have enough people in the local communities which I'm participating in. Like I mentioned in the keynote, we need to make space for people, and I believe that in the communities that I'm participated in, I need to move away to make space for new people to come in, and this is how we, like I said, patah tumbuh hilang berganti. So now, what do you do next then? And having thought about that, I noticed the disconnect between what we have in this region. We need to work together regardless of where we are in this world, because we are basically heading in the same direction with this community which is using this programming language. And I've noticed that the disconnect, there's no one to actually make the disconnect closer on the international level, so you say, right? So perhaps what I've learned, the experiences I've had, the connections that I've made, the trust that was given to me, I think this is something which would be beneficial for the region, for example, internationally, our relationship with the PSF, with EuroPython, for example, and that is the motivation why I've moved towards this direction in the past few years.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And the last question from Slido is that Nikki asked, she thinks that many volunteers would like APS idea because fixed ticketing and CFP platform will make it easier to hold PyCon. What can we do to realize APS idea?
Yes, I don't have an answer to that yet because it's not up to me alone. Of course, we need to talk about this. There are a lot of, first, there's the legal issues, like it has to be some sort of like a organization, and there must be oversight by all the people involved. So what kind of legal structure do we have? And those kind of things. I do not think that we can do much within this year because we are already in September. But hopefully, when we do get to meet for a real face-to-face PyCon in the near future, hopefully next year, I hope to have something more concrete, at least like a execution plan. So this is what we need with all the members that wants to get involved with this. So this is, I guess, the most practical or realistic thing that I can say now.
Okay, so maybe we can look forward to the near future. Yeah. So that is the question for today now. And thank you, Iqbal, for today's talk. Thank you, Paikia.
Thank you.
Thank you for today's amazing talk. And the keynote session is the end now.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you, Iqbal.
It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together.
Hello everyone, welcome to the job fair session. I'm Alan.
And this is Jojo. In this session, we will briefly introduce all of our sponsors, followed by the recruiting videos from each company. To learn more about the great opportunities to be a part of their team, you are welcome to visit the sponsors booth in Gather Town.
Now let's begin with our planning sponsor, Micron.
I believe 95% of our attendees have heard of Micron. If you were the 5% rest, I'm not kidding, you're missing a lot. To briefly introduce Micron, they build some of the world's most advanced memory and semiconductor technologies. They manufacture today's primary memory and storage technologies. Let's bring out Micron's sharing to you.
Inspiring new consumer experiences, driving intelligence at the edge, and sparking discovery in scientific research. Micron's vision is to transform how the world uses information to enrich life for all.
To achieve our vision, Micron engages talented people from around the world to develop industry-leading products responsibly. Micron has built a true culture of inclusion. Here, diverse and talented people from over 100 countries come together to push the boundaries and sustainably innovate across 4 key areas: product, technology, infrastructure, and operations.
On the product front, Micron designs each generation of server DRAM to be more efficient so it can perform more work using less energy per bit. For global data centers that consume around 200 terawatt-hours of energy per year, this improved DRAM efficiency is critical to helping them conserve energy. On the technology front, Micron engineers each generation of our manufacturing processes to have a lower carbon footprint than the previous generation, as well as to reduce water usage and minimize waste. When it comes to infrastructure, Micron's investment in sustainable facilities design has been recognized with LEED Gold certifications for our latest fabrication plants, including Taiwan Building A3. In addition to a biophilic design that allows team members to enjoy green working spaces, Building A3 is also designed to save 90 million kilowatt-hours of energy annually over existing Taiwan plants. That's enough electricity to power 25,685 Taiwan households for a full year. Equally important, Building A3 is capable of reusing and recycling 75% of its total water consumption, thanks to increased waste stream segregation. This can save up to 16.3 million cubic meters of water per year, enough to fill 6,500 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Lastly, Building A3's rooftops feature installed solar panels to harness sunlight for additional power, while our infrastructure is specially designed to collect rainwater for various uses. Even our 4th key area, operations, has been improved by Micron's dedication to sustainable facilities design. Here, a network of sensors and advanced data analytics help optimize energy usage. Likewise, 100% of our processes that emit substantial greenhouse gases are now actively being abated in Taiwan.
Micron is also proud to engage in community restoration projects in regions where we operate. We are actively pursuing similar efforts in Taiwan.
At Micron, we believe that our diverse and talented team members, alongside strong partnership with government, academia, and our suppliers, will lead the way towards achieving our environmental goals. 40% absolute emissions reductions versus 2018, 100% renewable energy where available, and 100% water conservation, and zero waste to landfill.
The next sponsor is also a platinum sponsor. For those who are interested in fintech, you must meet our sponsor, Kasei Financial Holdings. Kasei Financial Holdings developed the digital data and technology practice, contributing to fintech innovation and digital transformation. They intend to build a digital and data ecosystem with its subsidiaries through a data-driven culture. So let's welcome Kasei's Sherry.
国泰金控不仅在台湾推动数位转型，跟拓展国际视野，我们将 CDC 定位技术输出海外的总部，协助集团与东南亚数位金融发展。
世界各国的 CDC 是防疫的指挥中心，我们期待国泰的 CDC 是在发展海外业务的时候最重要的资讯开发中心。选择台中主要是因为这里能够汇聚北中南各地的技术人才，并且希望能够率先打造出中部首座的金融科技中心。
我们希望能延伸北部的集团资源以及中台的开发技术到台中的 CDC， 让整个开发的过程能够更弹性、敏捷而且有效率。
国泰数位金融在台湾取得了一些经验，我们希望借由台中 CDC 这个设计开发总部，将触角延伸到海外，能够有更宽广的视野以及发展。
CDC 将作为领头羊，率先引领国泰与业界前进海外，开创东南亚新兴业务发展。
我们有招募专案经理、产品经理、UI/UX 设计师、数据商业分析师，还有系统分析师。另外，我们还找寻 Java 开发工程师、QA 以及 DevOps 工程师。
无论你是数据分析、资料工程、分散式运算、AI、人工智慧、机器学习的高手，只要你喜欢主动挖掘问题，积极的提供解决方法，乐于分享，我们都欢迎你。
国泰在台中的插旗，相信可以带动中部的技术研发动能活络起来。身为中部的科技研发人员，国泰让我们可以离家近，可以回家跟阿爸阿母吃晚饭，这对员工来说是非常贴心的事情。很欢迎北漂南漂的游子返乡回来发展，可以加入我们金融业最强的研发团队。
欢迎加入，欢迎加入，
欢迎加入，
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 欢迎加入。
Welcome to CDC Cathay Development Center.
Now we are all here at PyCon APAC because we are Python users. About 50% of our attendees are 1 to 3 year engineers. We learn Python. In most cases, we want to write better code. And the good news is, our silver sponsor and good friend, Reuven, is the right choice for you. Reuven Learner offers more than 30 fast-paced, lab-heavy courses on Python and data science to companies around the world, online and in person. His classes are the best way to level up your team's Python skills. Have you listened to PyCon Taiwan's official podcast? We have invited Reuven for an interview in the first 2 episodes of PyCast. You may follow the QR code to find this interview.
In Taiwan, most of convenience stores have ATMs owned by Yusan. I have said most of our attendees are familiar with Yusan, and also Yusan is our silver sponsor. It has supported us for 7 years. If you are interested in what Kasei Holdings just shared, then you have to know Yusan Bank. Yusan has been cultivating from big data analysis to AI application for more than 15 years. Yusan Bank have established the first intelligence bank division to provide various AI-enabled financial services as fintech emerged as the fastest growing tech sector. Now please join me in welcome Yusan.
资金数大概有100多人，那100多人里面大概有50-60位在负责这种 AI 专案的建模啊、测试啊，然后开发新技术等等。那剩下的人呢，还有一半人在负责这些模型，就是模型完成以后怎么样搬到硬体上面，怎么样确定所有的 request 能够很快的计算，模型要持续的上线、持续的更新。
智能技术中心负责 AI 技术的研发以及开发，而我们智能系统中心的主要工作内容就是提供平台以及资料，让我们的资料科学家可以在平台上面研发新的 AI 模型。那这些 AI 模型呢，最后会包装成 API 的服务，我们则负责将这些服务上线，或者说部署到我们的机器学习服务平台上面，以提供智能服务，让前端系统来呼叫。
我们组的其中一项工作是和维运 AI 研发云。AI 研发云是由20台机器所组成的 Kubernetes 冲击，拥有大量的运算资源，让我们的资料科学家能够在 AI 研发云内尽情的探索资料，并且尝试新的技术、模型效能等等，在上面打造出最好的 AI 模型。可以说 ，AI 研发云就是我们玉山 AI 的主力研发平台。
为了让我们的 AI 模型可以对外提供服务，我们建置了 MNAS 平台，机器学习服务平台。其他系统只要透过 API 的呼叫，就能取得 AI 服务推论的结果，用来解决他们业务上面的问题。那像是票据影像辨识、身份证辨识，或是信用卡冒用，那都是目前有在应用的服务。去年7月的时候 ，MNAS 2.0 正式上线。MNAS 2.0 改采用 K8S， 那解决了 MNAS 1.0 过去在资源分配上面的一些问题，同时对于很大的弹性。那此外，我们最大的不同就是我们还导入了 Face API 的开放框架。透过 Face API 的框架来开发 API， 我们可以快速产生 Open API 标准的。
当 AI 模型打包之后我们需要把它上线到我们机器学习服务平台上。那要怎么去兼顾我们程式码的品质跟我们上线速度，是我们非常重要的一个工作。所以，我们 DevOps Team 的话，我们就专门建置我们至今内部的 CI/CD 的检测啊、扫描等等的，还有我们的一些 API test。然后这些做完之后，我们会把它部署到我们的营运环境上。那整体去加速我们开发到维运的周期，上线的整体。
在建模会使用到大量的资料，包含结构化、半结构化、非结构化的资料。而我们 team 主要的工作就是去建构资料管线，让这些资料呢能够自动各个环境上市。抄写的速度以及如何确保资料的品质一致性呢，其实是我们很大的一个挑战。我们在建置 MNAS 2.0 的时候呢，导入了热门的开源流程管理平台 Airflow， 清晰让我们可以容易的管理跟监控复杂的工作流程。
都可以很快速的跟老板沟通，去看看说这东西是不是可行，然后是不是真的可以应用到我们的业务之上。那我们也导入了非常多的有很多内部的，所以在这里我们很多新的技术，透过快速的 POC 来熟悉这些新技术，并了解这些技术的优缺点，然后再评估说是不是适合。
资金处拥有文化，我们新制度的试行单位。像是我们是全行第一个试行弹性工时的单位，同时我们也正在试行常态性的居家办公。我们制定一些制度和工具，让我们可以同时在资讯以及资料安全居家办公。现在1周可以选择2天进行居家办公。时间的安排上，省下的通勤时间也可以让我们在开发的工作上。
是将系统服务能量扩张10倍以上。为了达到这个目标 ，Ops 流程、SRE 工程 迫切需要做的事，需要各式各样的好手加入无论是系统开发或者是 ML 好手，只要你对技术喜爱追求。
Taiwan is famous for delicious food, and the best part is that most restaurants can customize everything for you. Whatever you prefer, ice or light ice, extra sugar or half sugar, spicy or not, cilantro? Hell yes. Our silver sponsor, iChef, is a smart catering technology company and leading brand of iPad posts in Taiwan. iChef provides restaurant owners a simple and flexible catering system. With iChef, it's so much easier to keep track of customized orders. Moreover, the collected data help create a better restaurant. Let's welcome iChef's sharing.
嗨，大家好，我是 Matt， 我是 iChef 的 CTO。那今天想要透过这个机会跟大家分享一下 iChef 在做什么。那可能大家都会觉得 iChef 是做餐厅的 POS， 可是事实上我们对我们自己的期许，想要做的不仅止于 POS， 我们希望帮店家做的是营运和成长更有效率的作业系统，可以让我们的餐厅可以更专注在它的食物和服务。那想要延伸稍微分享一下，我们在这个作业系统上面目前做了什么样的应用，让餐厅的营运效率可以更高。那现在比如说我想要帮店家节省前场的人力，我们事实上有借鉴非常多外送的平台 overnight.We 和 Foodpanda， 所以我们的餐厅的店员不用再疲于奔命，2台不同的平板反复的操作。那第二，那我们其实也提供非常完善的一些报表，让老板可以在家里面就可以了解整个餐厅的营运的一些现状。此外，对一个店家来说，和客户有非常好的关系是非常重要的，因为大家都知道是顾客至上，所以我们也开发了给餐厅使用的 CRM 的系统，不管是透过清亮的集点和会员的记录，都可以让一间餐厅更清楚的知道它顾客的样貌，还有它消费的一些状况。以上先简单的介绍一下我们在这个作业系统之上现在有提供了这些简单的应用。那我觉得在 iChef 的工程团队有一些特色。那这个特色背后，我觉得最重要的事情是我们一起想要实践的一个价值观。那我觉得在 iChef 的工程部里面，我们最重视的价值观其实是成长心态的这件事情。那成长的心态，简单说，基本上我们认为每一个人或者是一个团队，他能不能成长，不会是基于一些先天的因素，不是你的 IQ， 而是我们是不是愿意透过努力调整的方式持续往前。所以在这样的心态里面，其实我们非常重视在个人的层面。个人的成长，所以我们会有很明确的不同职等的期待，让每位伙伴知道，我现在在这个职等，那我接下来到下一个职等，我要做出什么样的实践和成长。在这之上，我们还有 mentorship 的机制 ，mentor 会协助你去了解，说接下来怎么样让自己精进和成长这件事情。那在团队的层级，我们怎么样实践这个成长的心态？我们会在其实每一年或每一季都会有一个 OKR 的目标给团队来做挑战。那团队理解这整个 OKR 背后为什么要这样定，还有背后想要帮店家带来的价值会是什么？大家会一起协作，贡献自己的专业，那去试着去抵达这样的目标。在过程里面，我们会做检讨，做 retrospective， 让沟通和调整，主要是说我们怎么样更贴近这个目标，从错中做学习。所以我们实际上非常重视这个 growth mindset 的心态，会试着实践在个人还有团队的层级。和所有的伙伴一起努力，让不管是个人或团队都会越来越好，这是我们自己蛮重视的一个价值观，也跟所有的 R&D 伙伴我们是一起砥砺往这个方向前进。
我觉得就是大家各有各的长处很厉害，像有些人就对 DB 很熟啊，然后有些人对 Infra 很熟，有些人对整体的架构设计、流程设计很熟，然后有人甚至对暴力很熟悉，讲的就是大家都很厉害，很多人可以学习可以混。
iChef PyCon团队其实真的是还帮助，他就是一个工程师的组织学历现在的成员啊，那其实他们讲道理嘛，然后在观念上啊，各个方面在逻辑上啊，其实还算蛮一致，所以其实沟通起来，我觉得是相对蛮轻松的。
我当初加入 iChef 有很大原因就是，这边的产品团队很特别，是我们每一个团队算是比较小，但里面就包含设计、PM、后端、前端、iOS， 还有那在这个小团队里面，身为 backend 代表，你可以发声，讲跟 backend 所有有关的知识， 那也有机会就是跟跨团队的人学习、练习沟通，那这是蛮难得的机会。
iChip在制度的建立上，尤其是软体工程开发的制度是相对来说是蛮完善。比如说从测试环境建制，测试的 resource 是非常的足够。那包含我们在整个软体开发的流程，像是我们从后端来说，我们从 design review 到全部团队的 review 然后中间做一做会有 demo 会有 test case review 然后再进到 functional testing、integration testing， 然后一步一步的推展到那边，这整个流程其实我觉得它是全部人都还蛮努力的在维持，因为其实这些制度会一直存在，那这些制度就可以在某种上保持这个软体最基本的品质的需求然后也有一些相对应的保障，那我觉得就是
所以在后端里面，我也可以去尝试各样的角色，不管是做研发，或是跟operation 相关的，以及做产品开发，每一季其实都会有不一样的挑战跟改变，我觉得就是让我可以保持新鲜感的部分。所以同事们会给我定期的回馈，也是蛮有成就感的地方。
我觉得就是说，其实大家都对于品质这些东西有一致的想法。比如说，当 review 的时候，常常会有一些重点，比如说你整段程式码的安排，像这些比较低的东西，那大家却可以有一个相对来说蛮沟通的，这是最棒的，就是不需要花费太多的心力在一些不必要的讨论或争执，那大家可以有一致的想法。这也是像刚刚说团队成长这个难度，这个其实也是一件难的事情。
Are you addicted to stock? And how do you choose your securities company? As you probably already suspected, that's right, it's our silver sponsor, Sinopec Securities. If you are a shareholder, you may try to use Sinopec because they have their unique Python API for stock trading. Sinopec Securities launched a Python API package named Charge in 2019. It was the first of Taiwanese security firms to introduce the Python API. Now let's welcome Sinopec's sharing.
Have you noticed? You have been targeted by artificial intelligence. And not just you, every one of us is targeted. In today's competitive market, every company is trying its best to close the deal. Our silver sponsor, Apier, makes marketing a lot easier than ever before. Let's welcome Apier's sharing.
好，我是 Patrick， 是 APA 的创始团队成员跟APA 的资深软体工程师。今天很开心的呢，PyCon 跟大家分享我们 APA 的一些愿景跟我们 APA 正在做的一些事情。 在我们2012年成立 AP 的时候，就意识到 AI 将会对我们人类未来生活产生巨大的影响。那我们相信软体智慧化会是未来的趋势，这也是我们的愿景 Making AI easy by making software intelligent 的由来。透过软体智慧化，让企业更容易采用 AI 技术。现在这项 AI 革命其实才刚开始，我们的第一步呢，就是让企业可以在数位行销的领域结合他们的客户资料来帮助他们企业成长。为了让 AI 对世界产生影响力，必须先让 AI 更容易的被使用，也就是所谓的普及化，让各种规模企业都能从 AI 赋能的数位化中获益。那我们 AP 的使命就是将这个 AI 人工智慧赋能、数据驱动的决策导入大小企业，进而协助我们的合作伙伴发展他们的业务并取得成功。在行销的领域，为了帮助客户在消费旅程的各个不同的阶段的不同目标都能成功， AP 提供了一站式的 AI 软体解决方案，从提升知名度、获取使用者、留存使用者到转换，并且透过预测发现新的可能性，我们都有相对应的服务可以帮助到我们的客户。AP 呢是一间从亚洲出发面向国际市场的 AI SaaS 公司，我们逐渐在不同的区域市场都建立起知名度跟口碑，并且将我们的营运能力加速扩展到全球。那在我们的这个 MarTech 这一个领域呢，我们其实可以看到市场上的预估在这边其实有非常非常大的市场的。那现在被开发也还很有限，未来有很大的成长。那我们在 AP 的台湾办公室，我们有17种国籍的护照，团队的组成其实就反映了我们国际化营运跟多元化人才的特色。那我们很开心，其实这么多国际化人才选择 AP， 我们也很自豪我们 AP 能吸引到这些人。那因为 AP 在台湾聚集了这么多多元化的国际人才，我们觉得在加入 AP 的同时，也可以拓展大家的国际视野，我们可以让我们台湾的同事向不同地区的成员学那为什么要选 AP 呢？所以列出了几个我们觉得值得考虑的地方。第一个是我们没有玻璃天花板，我们没有太多既定的成规。那我们的管理阶层其实都很注重让人才可以在他职涯发展，并且找到他的喜好跟专长。那因为我们在 AI 跟 MarTech 领域的取得成功，所以在我们这边你可以很快速的累积有用的 AI 跟 MarTech 相关领域的知识跟技能跟经验。那因为我们刚刚提到的国际化的人才的同事，所以我们这边也可以快速的累积面向国际的工作经验，包括世界各地不同的办公室，我们都很常跟他们进行联系。那我们在这个快速更迭的软体产业，其实我们一直很奉行决策要明快，而且要有数据做支持的这样子的一个决策模式。那所以在这样的过程中，你可以很常的去练习到怎么样去对技术产品使用这样的流程，想要使用这样的方式来做决定。那你因为我们公司的组织其实很扁平，所以其实你可以有很多机会参加我们公司的加入到我们公司的旗舰型产品，并且制定产品的研究方向。那我们其实因为有很多的人，我们有很多不同的领域，所以你也有很多发展去探索其他不同职涯的发展的途径。那可以再进行内部转调或者职务轮替。那我们也会提供有竞争力的薪酬、福利跟激励措施。那在台湾呢，就可以获得矽谷成功的新创经验的这样的一个机会。那除此之外，我们的办公室位于台北市的中心精华地段。那我们的办公室可以看到我的背景其实是非常挑高、非常明亮的，非常舒适的。那我们该有的同仁的福利，包括一些健检一些简单的健身器材、零食、饮料、按摩、社团、游戏也都非常的齐全。那在因应COVID-19 的情况下，我们也实施了弹性的办公、弹性的远端办公。那让大家可以很自由的选择适合的工作模式。那最后就提一下我们的企业文化跟核心价值。那我们信奉 direct communication、open-minded 跟 ambition。那这三个我觉得是我们一路走来支持我们不断创新、不断往前进的三个很重要的核心价值。那基于这样的核心价值，其实我们在找人的时候最主要也都在看这三个核心价值是不是跟我们的文化有符合。所以我们人才特质上，我们着重的是开放的态度跟直接的沟通，那以及有企图心。那我们同时也会希望我们的同事都能以客户为导向，以数据为导向 才有这样的特质。那人职缺很多，我就不一一赘述。那有兴趣可以看一下或者上网104都可以看到我们的这些职缺。那最后感谢大家，那这边有 QR code， 如果有问题要问我们，或者要看更多的我们的这些职缺，都可以扫这个 QR code。
How did you sign up PyCon APAC 2022? Absolutely is KKTs. Most artistic and cultural activities have some connection with this company. They also have the music streaming service, KKBox. So it is our silver sponsor, KK Company. KK Company is Asia's leading media technology group, headquartered in Taipei, Taiwan. The company's mission is to make transformational technology accessible, affordable, and enjoyable to the rising global creator economy. Let us applaud, welcome KK Company's sharing.
大家好，我是 KK Company 的 HR Gina， 今天很开心可以参加 PyCon 的线上活动。那想借由这短短5分钟的时间，跟大家介绍 KK Company 底下的事业单位，同时也分享我们内部的一些福利，可以让大家更认识我们。那如果对我们有兴趣的话，都可以在 PyCon 的会场跟我们做交流。那 KK Company 其实是一个亚洲领先的媒体科技集团，底下会有不同的事业单位，我把它分成 B2C 和 B2B 的部分。那 B2C 的部分会由大家可能比较熟悉的 KKBox， 最主要是在做音乐跟声音服务的社群品牌。那所以大家其实现在在上 KKBox 之后，其实除了音乐之外，也可以听到我们的 Podcast 的节目，其实是有超过15000档的节目。那其实我们也有跨到 OTT 的产业的 KKTV 是在做就是提供线上的日剧、动漫跟港片的片库。那最主要它其实是一个串流的品牌，同时其实我们也有提供就是日语同步的双字幕，所以其实大家如果有兴趣也可以帮我们去 KKTV 上查阅。那 B2B 的部分的话就会分为 KKStream。KKStream 它其实在做的是 SaaS 的串流技术，去提供 solution 给企业。那你可以把它想象成它就是一个影音串流的平台。我们其实在做的事情是希望可以借由影音串流的技术应用到不同的场景，比如说像是教育训练，或者是因为疫情的原因，所以很多部分的直播都会变成线上的方式。那这背后的技术其实也会有 KKStream 来 support。再来的话是 KKFun 最主要其实是一个内容新创加速器的服务。那其实可以把它想象为它其实在做的就是数位发行跟商务的一个部分。那最后的话会是 KK Live， 它最主要的话其实是在做就是艺文展演跟发行，底下其实会有一个 KKTs 在做是线上展演的直播平台。那其实就是大家可以透过这张图看到，其实我们的事业体底下是在做蛮多不一样跟多元化的事情，希望可以借由这样的介绍，可以先让大家稍微的认识我们。好，那同时也想跟大家分享一些软性的部分，像是我们家的一些特别的福利。比如说其实我们也非常的有特色的部分，就会是我们的年度的尾牙。我们其实会在年度尾牙的时候执行就是一些猜歌抽奖的活动，让全集团的人都可以参加这个活动，然后更加 engage。再来的话是我们会有一些生日假，那生日假的部分是希望同仁可以在当月生日的时候休息1天，好好过自己的生日。那底下还有2张图，其实是我们的下午茶的一个文化。那我们下午茶其实是会固定在每周3的下午3点钟，会在各栋都会有不一样的下午茶。那其实这个文化其实在我们家也蛮盛行的。那可以看到其实底下会有不同的 不同栋的同仁是在这抢就是下午茶，所以其实也是一个蛮有趣的现象。好，那简单介绍到这边，如果就是大家对于我们家的任何的职缺或者资讯有兴趣的话，都欢迎可以再透过就是线上的PyCon的会场来跟我们交流，谢谢。
Personally, I have always been a loyal PyCon customer. PyCon provides a fine selection of home goods in APAC region. You can never go wrong when buying gifts through PyCon. Let's hear from PyCon.
Design, shop, connect. 10 times better. PyCon.
还记得10年前的世界是什么模样？那时候刚诞生的 Siri 说了第一句话：“
嘿 Siri， 谁是世界上最帅的人啊？”
已为你开启自拍功能。
第一台会唱歌的電動機車開始用歌聲取代引擎聲。
次のニュースです。本日最新のスマートフォンの発売日ということで、徹夜で並ぶ人々の行列が各地で見られました。最先端のバーチャルアシスタントの
科技慢慢改变人们的生活，通讯软体开始连接彼此，人们第一次知道有一种讯息叫已读。还有更多优质品牌都在这一年和 PyCon 一起诞生，走进你我的生活里。每一个灵光一闪，每一个大胆实行，每一个不同凡响，都一点一滴地改变了你我的10年。From one place to worldwide。PyCon 10周年生日快乐
The next sponsor is a well-known forum for young generation. To be honest, I'm also a regular visitor to this forum. It's our silver sponsor, Dcard. Dcard is a social media forum service devoted to creating a safe and free environments for ever-flowing ideas and remarkable stories. And Dcard garnered the trust of young generation and up to 80 million unique visitors per month. Let's welcome Dcard's story.
知道这是什么吗？
相信我在 D 卡所代表的工程师吗？是 D 卡吗？不是，是 D 卡吗？不是，是 D 卡。D 卡偷偷告诉你，加入 D 卡的成本价是0。我们做的事情包括个人化的文章推荐、广告、搜寻、电商、infra， 做的事情可以马上影响到300万个人，马上看到使用者正面回馈和培养成就感，而且可以马上把很多新的技术用在产品上。虽然我不是数学家，但这听起来还不错，对吧？想成为我的同事就一起加入 D 卡吧 ，Good
Have you ever thought image recognition can help fast food restaurants improve their entire operation? One of Berry AI's innovation is using the AI technology with numerous chain stores to analyze and improve the services and the standard workflow. Let's hear from Berry AI.
大家好，我们是 Berry AI， 专注于速食业 AI 应用的新创公司。祝大家 PyCon APAC 2022玩得开心，我们明年见。
PyCon APAC aims to strengthen the dialogue between everyone. It is a great honor to have you and all the sponsors support PyCon APAC this year.
We hope you enjoy today's event and learn a lot from one another. Thank you.
It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together. It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together.
Hello and welcome to Lightning Talk. We are your hosts today. Lightning Talk is a series of 5-minute talks. That means you can enjoy various kinds of topics at one time. And for speakers, that means they have to pitch their ideas in a very limited time. And what we do this year is, when time is running out, we will start a 10-second countdown. After that, I will start the speaker immediately when time's up. Today, we have a bunch of speakers right now are ready to share with you some bunch of interesting stuff. So I'm now just gonna to go ahead and kick off our first talk. Our first speaker is Junichiro Tachibana. Are you ready? Oh, you mute. Your audio is cut out.
Sorry, I can hear it.
Oh, yeah.
I can hear it.
Good to go.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Oh. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, a bit of trouble. Right. I'll start my talk. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. My talk title is ST-Lite Serverless Streamlit, powered by Pyodide and WebAssembly. First of all, my name is Yuichiro Tachibana, and my GitHub and SNS name Witwix. So please find and follow me if this talk would interest you. First of all, I would like to introduce Pyodide. That is a C Python runtime forked to the JavaScript environment, including browsers and Node.js. So, and due to the birth of Pyodide, there has been many various Python projects that are trying to be compatible with browser environments. I think one of the most long-lived and famous example is Jupyter-Lite. That is the fork of Jupyter project that is trying to be running on a browser environment. And recently, PyScript also has appeared, and web application framework from all language, Shiny, has recently released its Python version that is shipped with WebAssembly version called as Shiny Live. And in this figure, you find that an unfamiliar title and logo, ST-Lite here. ST-Lite is the main topic of this talk. Honestly speaking, this is my project that I have started a couple of months ago. So to be honest, this is kind of a promotion of my project. Anyway, ST-Lite means Streamlit Lite. Streamlit first is Python web application framework with which developers can create interactive web application with a small amount of Python code, pure Python code, which means that we can create web application without any front-end coding. So it's a very convenient framework for Python developers or data scientists, machine learning researchers, and so on. And light version means, this light version is saying the light word of the Jupyter-Lite. So ST-Lite is a WebAssembly version of Streamlit. So let's see what does it look like actually. So let's navigate to the ST-Lite repository and open the demo playground application from linked from here. And after the booting up process, the demo application will show up. Then you see that everything is working beautifully, right? And this is a line chat demo, and this is some kind of a visualization demo. This is a map demo. This is matplotlib demo with some interactive UI input. And to be honest, these demos are originally derived from the official Streamlit demo application. Streamlit documentation. But what's interesting here, what original here is that ST-Lite, with ST-Lite runtime, everything is working on the browser. You see that this application is hosted on the GitHub pages where only static files, static HTML, static JS or CSS files only are deployable. So, and you see that if I, emulate offline environment on the dev console like this, everything is continue working on the browser environment. And in addition to that, we can, implement some web front end from this editor. like this, for example, importing Streamlit as st, and for example, calling st.title with hello PyCon APAC 2022. Oh, sorry, import Streamlit. All right, so you see that we can create, interactively web application only with Python code. You see that what I wrote is Python code here, not JavaScript code. That's interesting. And of course, you can embed any code, any code with SQLite runtime to your original own static HTML file following this example. So please use SQLite if you are interested in your own application to host your own interesting Python application on your own website. So let's wrap up. SQLite is serverless Streamlit. And please find this repository witfix/SQLite at github.com. And if you're interested in this project, please put star to the repository. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, awesome. I really like to see some live demos here in Lightning Talk. Actually, as a Pythonista, I like to see we can do some visualization in browser, of course, in Python. So Joseph, are you interested in this idea, or are you considered to use it in your next project?
Yeah, I think that is pretty awesome project, and I guess I will give it a try. And this is really, it can build very beautiful diagrams and very convenient way to do demo. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So thank you. So our next guy is Tai. Tai is gonna to tell us about something about bear. Tai, good to go. You have 5 minutes.
You're muted.
Yes, muted.
Oh.
You're muted.
You're muted. Oh.
Hello.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Could I speak in Mandarin because my topic is a bit local and regional? Is that okay?
Sure.
可以吧？我可以用中文讲吗
OK，
没问题
，OK。
大家好，这个题目可能需要用中文讲，因为它是比较在地一点的题目。然后我今天想跟大家分享，我最近在我业余时间做的一个网站叫做欧熊。那它是想要，这个网站基本上就是在收集台湾黑熊各种目击，还有目击事件跟出没的痕迹。那为什么叫欧熊呢？因为它基本上就是熊的谐音，你也可以说它是形的谐音这样。那为什么起心动念是因为那个在2015年前后，我去爬山的时候，在山里面遇到一只台湾黑熊，然后下山之后大概1个月左右之后的时间，我在新闻上面看到这个新闻，基本上就是说，这只黑熊被人家发现，然后它其实基本上身体状况不好，然后再过一阵子它就死掉了这样。我当时就想说对，的确在山上，如果它身体状况这样不好，然后我又去的地方其实还蛮热门，还蛮多人在爬的。所以我如果看到，一定有人更早的看到。那如果有人可以更早看到这件事情，也许这只熊就当初就不会就这样子因为虚弱而死掉了。这是从比较生态保育的观点去看这件事情。然后另外一个起心动念这件事情，就是我发现这个台湾黑熊在台湾人的心中呢是非常的，算是一种身份，常常被当作一种身份认同，或是身份的代表，或是认同象征。例如说，如果我们去 Google 这个台湾黑熊大使当做关键字的话，基本上你就会看到这个台湾黑熊是曾经出现在这个联合国里面的。然后还有这个，如果你有注意过交通部观光局的网站的话，你可能会注意到交通部观光局也是用台湾黑熊当做他们吉祥物。然后我在采集这个素材的时候，我也不知道为什么刚好就404这样。然后还有我还收集了很多，就是细稍微随便找就知道，就以台湾黑熊当吉祥物例子有这些这么多，然后多到这个呢这个名字，例如说我就不相信大家分得出高雄熊跟高高熊到底有什么差别，我自己这有点真的太多了。然后还有更多，就是我还看到社群里面有人收集了各种各式各样，基本上那个族繁不及备载，包括这个我们今天的 PyCon APAC 这个志工建立辛苦的志工做出很漂亮的网站，基本上都会用到这些黑熊为素材，相信大家应该都有稍微注意到。所以台湾黑熊在台湾人的心中是非常的有代表性的。 那我就想说，如果这么有代表性的动物，如果在台湾都消失，像云豹这样消失的话，我们还把它当做自己的身份认同的代表，是有一点点，我自己是觉得是不太是一个伤心的故事啊。这样，所以我就想说，如果可以做出这样的网站，就可以协同保育或者研究团体来，或是研究团队来，基本上来用自己的方式对保育黑熊尽一份力。那这个网站我们基本上想要收集的是目击事件还有活动痕迹。那目击事件其实是相对很低的，因为台湾黑熊很少。那比较常见也比较常被发现，也很有价值的，基本上活动痕迹包括粪便脚印、石痕或是折枝、爪痕之类等等等等等。那我们这个专案呢，需要的各式各样的人才。前端的话就是 JavaScript、Vue.js， 后端就是 Python 跟 Django。那我们会需要一些 DevOps， 或就是基本的 Linux、Unix 操作，然后我们用 Docker 啊等等等。然后如果可以的话，我们还强力征求一个 Project Manager。然后如果这些都不会的话，如果你是单纯关心台湾黑熊的话呢，这个我们也非常需要你的意见，因为我们需要 User 或使用的意见回馈，还有一些甚至是专业保育上面跟黑熊有关的知识，这些都非常的欢迎。然后大家有一个 prototype 的网站，大家可以稍微去看一下，就是 ocean.site， 目前那个8080 Pro。那我这边还有一点点时间呢，我可以快速的来 demo 一下。这个网站基本上就是长得这个样子呢，它就是一个通报系统。然后你如果在哪里曾经看到台湾黑熊，或是看到台湾黑熊活动痕迹的话，你就可以选择按通报，然后选择通报。哦，对，这个我们的 Codebase 是 Fork 地球公民基金会跟社群合作的一个网站，叫做 Disfactory。所以如果你曾经用过 Disfactory 网站，你会觉得蛮像的。然后就目击黑熊，下一步，然后就填一些资料、性别等等等各种等必须的资讯，然后回报，然后使用者条款的姓名，因为我们可能会去联络通报的人，然后取得更多资讯。然后通报成功之后，你就发现在记录上有多一个点点。那使用者研究人员就可以从后台去考虑这些资料，然后做进一步的分析。谢谢大家。
好，感谢泰翔。其实我个人是很喜欢看到这种，就是可以把资讯技术运用在就是非 IT 领域，像是保育这样的用途。那我觉得这其实蛮有意义的。那大家有兴趣或者是喜欢熊熊，可以联络泰翔。这里。
好，
那就是
熊也是，我觉得那些台湾黑熊也很可爱。因为我虽然没有在爬山看过，但在动物园里面看到他们都很 happy，so 我觉得这个是很有意义的专案呀。
好，感谢泰翔。那我们下一位讲者是 Coco。Coco is gonna to tell us about something to do investment with Python. Oh, really? Go ahead, yes. Coco. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Hi, my name is Coco. Today, my topic is investment strategy of real estate with data science and its performance. Yeah, I will tell you how I invest real estate with data science. Okay, about me, Coco. Just call me Coco. Just keep it list. Okay. What is my strategy? Your house. What kind of public service infrastructures among your house? For example, if your house there are parks, maybe a museum, MRT, or train station, or even restaurant, 7-Eleven, like this. What kind of infrastructures among your house? It may affect your house price. And the most popular thing is 3 key points to invest a house, which are location, and location. Yeah, location is the most important thing when investing a house. And I translate the location to this kind of thing. One is type of public infrastructure. For example, MRT, park, museum, 7-Eleven, restaurant, like this. And the distance, how far between the infrastructure with your house. And the number, what are the numbers? Yes. And I collected all of this data and run lots of models such as Lasso, ElasticNet, ChargeBoost, and like BGN actually. Yeah, I run lots of model and get some result. And I can predict house price. And the currency is 94%. Yeah, after ensemble the model, I can get least high accuracy, but it's only in Taichung apartment. Yeah, because the data of apartment is more reliable. Yes, but actually I think it's meaningless because prediction is meaningless because the accuracy, even the accuracy is high, but I cannot believe it. So I invest the house by a key feature. When I do last operation, I found some features are very important. So first is park, and second is restaurant, and kindergarten, shopping mall, and MRT. Yeah, these features are very important when I train the model. So I house follow these features. And yeah, this is my house. Yeah, this is the night view. Yeah, that's good. And my daughter. Yeah, here's the park. Yeah, and the night view with my daughter. Yes. And one of my house was rent out, and I rent out it with very cheap price. And then they say, "Oh, 佛心房东," which means you are so kind, just like a Buddha. Yes. And here is my investment performance for house A. Yeah, I hold them more than 10 years, and the rate of return is more than 300%. And a second house, yeah, hold just 2 years, and the rate of return is just 33%. Yeah, all houses are stick to these 5 key features. Yeah, but even I make some money from real estate, but my investment in Bitcoin was totally a disaster. Yeah, I was here. So yeah, don't buy Bitcoin. Oh, very careful when you want to buy Bitcoin. Yeah, another thing is everyone wants to me open source this data, but I must say no because it's illegal in Taiwan. Yeah, the law in Taiwan is really weird. So yeah, illegal. So I only can use by myself. Okay, so let's conclusion. Yeah, use features to invest a house rather than prediction house price because prediction is not reliable. But if you follow those key features, your house must rise. And stick to key feature, you can make money. And be careful if you want to buy Bitcoin. Okay, and the last thing is I am a member of Chatbot Develops Taiwan. So if you are interested in Chatbot, including Line, Telegram, Facebook Messenger, something like this, then you can join us. Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Coco. I think this topic is very useful for some of us, very practical. And right now, we have 3 very different and 3 very interesting topics. What do you think? Are you think of they are interesting to you or sound of uninspiring? I don't know because I can't see your face. And right now, most of you should be watching this live stream on our Galatang space. So before we move on to our next speaker, I decided to ask my friend Bodrin to tell us about what's going on there. So Bodrin, go ahead.
看到我荧幕吗？听到我声音吗
？OK。
哦，荧幕还没有。
好，那我分享一下荧幕。
OK。
好，有画面了吗？
有。
好 ，OK， 那开始喽。好 ，Hello， 大家好，我是今天的中文 Live 记者 P。那为了让讲者们也感受到台下的氛围，我们来看一下现场的状况。好，让我们来到主舞台区，哦，人好多哦。我们可以看到现场人数应该已经超过，应该有100吧。其实我们本次大会报名人数超过500多人，那可以看出来，至少我们早上的时候有到200多个人。那看着大部分的会众都选择继续来听 Lightning Talk。那可见 Lightning Talk 还是我们 PyCon APAC 的核心资源之一。哇，看到有人比了一个爱心，哇，大家蛮有热情的，很壮观的。好，那接下来我们来看一下旁边网友们的留言怎么样。 好，超级太强还能业余，的确是超级太强。好，超级黑熊 ，OK。好，网友一生表示动物园的熊很 happy。我看影片也觉得他们很 happy 的。好，那网友 Benson 表示说，看到黑熊要装死还是要跑。这个我看后面也会有回答。宽表示说要眼睛对着黑熊向后跑。眼睛对着黑熊向后跑的难度好像有点高感觉要训练一下。好，我看我们下一个专案的。Jordan 表示说都这么准时。对，记者 PA 表示说都没有线可以拔，感觉有点可惜。好，我觉得灌图刊物声很像吸尘器的声音，好像有道理，搞不好我拿吸尘器的声音也不会有人发现。好。那接下来我们这有收到几位志工对于前几个讲者的心得，那我们就以这个心得来作为收尾吧。好，那对于第一场 talk， 那志工们表示，ST Lite 看起来很好用，它的能力很方便，那期待应用到下一个专案中。谢谢外国朋友的分享。好，那对于第2场 talk， 那志工们表示熊出没，应该是熊嘛。熊先生表示说，他们也有来过 Sprint， 那期待明年继续参与，希望这类为在地付出的专案能越来越多。好，那对于第3场 talk 表示，志工们觉得说这个专案很实用，我也很想要知道说我家附近有多少公共设施呢，这样就不用单方面接受防重资讯了，就不会有黑心防重专家差了。那感谢 Coco 的贡献。好，那谢谢上述志工的分享。那为了避免压缩到后续讲的时间，我们把画面还给棚内主播主持人。
好，谢谢博俊的分享。那我们看到现在状况，然后接下来我们还有两位讲者要分享哦。第一位是 TP 要跟我们分享一些应该是 Python packaging 有关的事情。那 TP 交给你喽。
好，我一开始以为 Lightning Talk 是5分钟，是3分钟，但是发现有5分钟，然后讲不完，所以我决定中文跟英文各讲一次。So I thought the Lightning Talk was 3 minutes, but actually it's 5. So I'm going to try talk about this topic in English and Mandarin once each. Okay. So before I talk about anything, I have an open space tomorrow to talk about is therefore actually good, because I don't have enough content. So this is just put up to give me some time. So if you're interested in airflow, I think there are a couple of people talking about airflow today, and please join me tomorrow in the open space. I don't know which table, but just the open space. OK， 好，明天有一个 airflow， 这个跟我要讲的主题完全没有关系，但是因为明天就是想要找大家用 airflow 的人一起来聊个天，然后批判一下 airflow。所以如果你明天下午有空的话，欢迎来加入我们。好，不过我不是要讲这个，我今天是要讲的，就是 Python Software Foundation 昨天发了一个 tweet， 就是要大家去填一个叫做 Python Packaging Survey， 然后可以在这边找到。So that wasn't what I'm going to try to tell you today. Right now, what I'm trying to say is that Python Software Foundation just tweeted yesterday or like earlier today, early in the morning, there's a Python packaging survey for you to fill out. And this is a big QR code, and I would like to dedicate all the rest of my time for you to scan this QR code and fill in the survey right now. 好，所以这个就是刚刚那个网址的 QR code， 所以我希望就是现在就是停在这个画面，然后我看可以停多久。然后让大家赶快去扫这个 QR code， 然后赶快填完，就这样子。这个应该没有很长，大概3分钟可以填完。然后那个就是 country 的选项，昨天是没有台湾的，然后刚刚我回报之后，今天有加台湾的。所以如果你去昨天填，然后发现不能填台湾的话，今天可以再填一次。好，放30秒。快点，大家博君帮我看一下，帮我监视一下 Gather Town， 大家努力的在填。
我们是挡到，
不会啊 ，QR code 有 auto correction， 这样应该是 OK 的。谁帮我看一下 Gather Town 的 chat 有没有什么反应？好， 看起来是没有问题的，那就这样，谢谢大家。
好，感谢 TV 的分享，大家记得去填哦。那再来是我们最后一位讲者李维，李维要跟我们分享一下 PyCon， 后面接了一段 regular expression。好，不管李维你自己讲吧 ，Go。
我没有打算讲，然后 so I think I've already shared my screen, and I didn't notice that we should use English on this talk, so I'll try to use English, but anyway. So first of all, I'm Weili, and if you run into me, please chat with me. This is my avatar. So yeah, back to the May, we're supposed to submit a talk to Coast Cup Open World Tour, but yeah, we just forgot it. So and after that, why not just submit a Coast Cup Lightning talk? But yeah, we are not chosen. So that's one of the reasons why I submit to this Lightning talk. And yeah, this time I've chosen. And this topic is something about one of the questions about on the talk by Iqbal. Can you share some stories about traveling? So yeah. So anyway, this is a regular expression. I don't think you want to speak it or something. Yeah. So this is my first Python talk after a few PyCon Taiwan, and this is PyCon US back like 3 years ago. And yeah, this is the cat of my landlord in the Airbnb. And this is their job there, which is super huge compared to all the conferences I attended in the past. And this is their keynote. This was their keynote conference, keynote room, which is super huge. There was probably around 1,000 people there, which is super huge. And they have interesting open spaces like board games, Switch, and Let's Watch Game of Thrones together. So we'll have open space tomorrow, and I'd like to invite you to hold your own open space as well. And this is their open space. This was their open space as well. It's about yoga, and yeah, they're just doing yoga in their hallway, which was super cool. And they do have some post-event after party hosted by various tech company or something like that. But we still can host our one if you know someone lives near your space. And yeah, the next one is PyCon Japan. We YYC group visiting group from PyCon Taiwan, and we visit our friends in PyCon Japan. And this is the speaker night dinner together. I kind of get it, but yeah, as a lightning talk speaker, I can join this dinner. It's pretty cool. And yeah, we have a discussion with our friends in PyCon Japan, and our friend in PyCon Japan also made a poster for us to promote PyCon Taiwan in a conference. Yeah, next one. This is the first PyCon I ever spoke, which is PyCon Canada, that booked a hotel, I believe. And anyway, and this was their spring, and which they have a 2-day spring, which I made a few contributions to one of the projects I'm now maintaining, which is committees and tools. And this one does not match the regular expression. It's remote Python Pizza, the first remote conference. And yeah, we do have Pizza on my home and EuroPython. I was planning to visit Dublin last year, but yeah, because of COVID. Yeah, and this was my topic. And even that was a virtual conference, they still have some interesting topic in their open space. And this was a man teaching how we can prepare mate, I believe it's pronounced as mate. Anyway, it's just some kind of tea from South America, something like that. I'm not super sure, but yeah, they are really making mate in the conference. And yeah, it's PyCon APAC 2022. And yeah, it was a Latin talk for promoting PyCon APAC 2022, but since you're already here, so yeah, I can promote PyCon Taiwan 2023. And yeah, if you are interested in joining us, you can scan this QR code. So yeah, there are 3 actions that you can try after this Latin talk. The first one is you can register the open space tomorrow, and the second one you should participate in both booth scan and win your free PyCon ticket, so you can like visit a lot of big places like what we do. And the last thing is that you should register PyCon Taiwan 2023 volunteers. Yeah, we are looking forward to see you next year, and I will stop the screen on this page.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Yep.
Thank you. What a gorgeous experience. Thank you for sharing. And now, all right, so lastly, the end of the lightning talk today. Thank you all for joining, and we will do this again tomorrow, so please come and watch the show. Also, I want to thank you all speakers here, and if any of you want to be a speaker to, you have some idea to share that's interesting to other Python people, you have a last chance. Please submit your idea by noon tomorrow, our morning, or evening, depending on where you are. And now, you can check out also you can check out some information we published earlier, or ask staff nearby you. And now we will take a break, and after the break, our chair, Debbie, will do the closing for us. So, bye for now.
It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together.
Hey everyone, hope you do have a wonderful journey in our metaverse. So let's have a quickly recap today. And here's our keynotes today. Thanks Dustin and Iqbal for great keynotes. And there are so many attendees joining our office hour. Thanks all our speakers today for giving wonderful QA section in office hour. And also I want to thank Ethan and Kevin for a great QA section for today's tutorial today. And besides, our sponsors share so many job descriptions in job fairs. So if you are going to find a job or hope you can know more about our sponsors. And if you missed the lightning talks today, then there will be a lightning talks tomorrow. And any talks are accepted, so you can share what you want to share in the lightning talks. And remember to register your talks tomorrow. And there are also lots of interesting things happen in GatherTown today. So have you met the gingerbread man in the D-Cards booth? Or have you find D-Card haha in our metaverse? Or have you joined APR meetup about Scrum? Or have a meet with the Pinkoi founder today? And we even have a venue and sponsors tours in streaming today. So maybe we will have another tours tomorrow. So remember to join our tours. And do you want to be a part of a snake? And just follow us one by one and you can make it. And also, have you played our boost games? If not, I think you should not miss it. Score for your group and win the prize. And have you walked into the temple and make a wish or leave a message there? And you can go into our temple and make a wish for yourself. And besides, as a Pythonista, I think you should not miss to become the PSF Basic member. So, how many friends did you make today? If none, then I think you should join Pi Night to meet some. And if you met so many friends, and why not join Pi Night to meet even more? Pi Night will be start later in 1830. And we will have a BOF in Pi Night. BOF is an event for people with a similar interest. And you can like search technique or music, cooking, sports, and so on. And you can express yourself to a diverse group of people. To get into the Pi Night space, you can get into the Pi Night space in the PyCon station. The space has already opened, and later you can move on to our beautiful space. And here's the map of our Pi Night space. And you can find people on BOF who share your interests. And currently there are some topics in the Pi Night. Currently there are outdoor Pythonistas in Pi Night. If you also like running, biking, camping, or other outdoor activities, don't be shy and come and share your interests. And we also have a topic about working for overseas company. So come and share your overseas working experience. And besides, we also have a music performance in Pi Night. So let's have a great music time today. And remember, we have a lottery in the Pi Night. Once you complete our mission in Pi Night, you can have a chance to win the prize draw. We provide 10 prize coupons of $500 NTD from Tianlong Bookstore. And we also provide a free ticket of PyCon Anywhere 2023. So don't miss this great chance. So cheers and make friends. And remember to share these hashtags, PyCon APAC 2022, PyCon TW, and Pi Night. And I want to see all of you on GatherTown later. Thank you.
It takes vision to deliver a sustained supply of leading-edge semiconductors necessary for growing today's global data economy. Micron's planned investment of over $150 billion in manufacturing and R&D, combined with sustained government support, enables leading-edge Micron memory into the next decade, helping to create jobs, strengthen critical infrastructure, and grow the data economy for all. Let's build our future together.